Well, good morning and welcome to our second day of the 2022 Yukon River Panel preseason meeting. I'll start with maybe a brief overview of today's agenda, and then we'll go ahead and dive right in. We'll begin this morning with a overview of the 2021 R&E program status. Then we'll have discussion reporting out on the selections for the 2022 R&E Fund program that came out of discussions, deliberations during this week's Yukon River Panel meeting. And then we'll have some discussion and reporting out on the call for proposals for the 2023 R&E Fund program. So after the R&E Fund program, we'll then have some discussion and reporting out on status of the Yukon River Panel's Communications Committee and various programs associated with that committee. And then for the afternoon, we'll move into a series of different presentations on bycatch from the Bering Sea groundfish fisheries, then a report from Dr. Katie Howard on North Pacific salmon research programs that I think folks will find very interesting, a lot of good information in that. And then a presentation on this topic that has been of discussion and concern for the panel of the difference between estimates that's been experienced in the last several years on the Yukon River. And again, that's the difference between estimates at the pilot station Sonar project and the Eagle Sonar project on the Yukon River. We'll then have some correspondence and other administrative discussions, inclusive of some discussion about scheduling for the 2022 postseason Yukon River Panel meeting next winter. As with yesterday, we will close out today's session with another public testimony opportunity. Again, for those folks that are viewing the live stream online, anybody that's interested in providing public testimony, there's specific instructions and guides on the Yukon River Panel website under the meeting section of the Yukon River Panel website. Look for this information associated with this specific meeting. And there's a guide, a document there that gives detailed instructions on how to sign up and contact the Pacific Salmon Commission staff for getting signed up for public testimony at that time. And that will sum up our today's session. We will have some opportunity to have additional closed bilateral discussion after we complete today's public session in that regard, and we'll kind of see how time allows in that regard. Mr. Chair, any additional comments or clarifications?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly we do seem to be on track with our agenda, and acknowledging that we do have members linking in online as well as members of the public and guests. We will certainly endeavor to adhere to the specific times that we've scheduled for the various presentations, but I do acknowledge that we have built in a little bit of extra room in our agenda this afternoon should we experience any time overruns with any of our presentations today. So there is a possibility that we may look to move the public comment testimony opportunity up, but that would only be obviously if our schedule is progressing in that manner, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that clarification. And again, I maybe ask that any individuals that are planning to and interested in signing up for public testimony to maybe have a little bit of flexibility if we do have an opportunity to accommodate public testimony a little earlier in our schedule. Any flexibility that you may have to accommodate that would be much appreciated. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair. With that, I think we can go ahead and proceed with today's agenda. Again, we'll begin with the Yukon River Restoration Enhancement Fund portion of our agenda. That will start with a couple of different presentations from the R&E Fund Administrator, Tom Alpe from the Pacific Salmon Commission. So Tom, as soon as you're ready and get the presentation up online, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, panel members, advisors, and members of the public. My name is Tom Alpe. I am the R&E Fund Administrator based at the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat in Vancouver. And the first presentation today is a brief status update on the projects that the panel supported in 2021 and also other active projects that are still ongoing as of March 28th, which is when this presentation was prepared. So I mentioned that because a couple of the figures on the first slide that you're seeing are slightly out of date. A couple of projects have been completed since then, so I haven't updated these panels wholesale because then panel members, advisors, the one that you'll have in your pack will be different to what you're seeing on screen, but I have annotated this presentation as we go through to sort of show you the latest information. But the takeaway really from this first slide is that the scope of this presentation, as I say, isn't just the 2021 projects, it's also any other projects that have yet to complete at this point. But that said, in 2021, 25 projects in total were approved to proceed by the panel. The majority of those are still ongoing at this time and are on schedule. One of those projects had to be cancelled, unfortunately. And in total, there are also a couple of other projects from previous funding cycles that are still ongoing at this stage. On slide two and I think slide 3 in addition have quite a lot of information on them. I won't read all of the information out, but it just provides a summary of the projects that are ongoing at this time, meaning they either hadn't planned to finish at this stage or they haven't submitted out some of the final project reporting. They may have completed the field work already. But these are the projects that are ongoing, and the majority of those, well, all of those, as you can see, are 2020, 2021 projects, and we'll expect those to sort of wrap up over the coming weeks. Some of them are due to end of March, some of them are due to end April, May, June. So this is pretty much the typical schedule for panel projects. Slide 3. Slide 3, there's a couple of red lines going through the top 2 projects here, and that's just because these aren't ongoing anymore. They have now been completed between this presentation being prepared and today. So that's the Ibex River Chinook Incubation Trial project and the Mitchie Creek Salmon Monitoring long-running panel project as well. Slide 4, again, has quite a lot going on, but it's a summary of the projects that are ongoing and where the reporting back to the panel is overdue for whatever reason. And again, panel members, the version in your pack, the 3rd and the 4th projects from the top show up as needing financial statements submitted. We've received those now. So again, the version on screen has a red line through those to reflect that. And equally, the Yukon River Chinook Salmon Sonar project has also sent us the final project report. And what I will say as well for members of the public is that whenever we do have a final technical report, that will be available immediately on the panel's website as well. So you're able to go through and find those. That's all publicly available. In bilateral closed session earlier this week, the panel did note that 2 of the projects on this slide are from 2016 and 2019. That's the top 2 projects, and are both quite significantly past the reporting end date. And so the panel did decide that for the first project on the list, we'll set a revised deadline, a firm deadline of December 31st this year to receive those reports. And for the second project, because the circumstances are slightly different and most of the field work has been completed, but it would potentially be desirable to wait until there's a clear direction for the future of the project prior to reporting back out to the panel. The panel will look for a written update on progress from the proponents at their next meeting as well. Slide 5. slide 5 summarizes some of the completed projects and also just notes the one project that unfortunately did have to be cancelled. And again, that's information that was presented at the last panel meeting too. And if I were preparing this presentation today, there would be a few more projects in that completed column as noted on previous pages. So thank you. I've moved through that quite quickly, so I will stop and go back to anything that panel members would like to spend more time on. But that's all I wanted to really summarize for you at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate the detailed information in the proposal. Questions and comments from panel members with respect to the status of 2021 and some earlier projects for the R&E Fund? Mr. Co-Chair, any comments or questions from you or members in your group?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments or questions from the Canadian delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Tom, I think we can move into the next presentation on the confirmation of R&E funds available for the 2022 call. Feel free to proceed.
Very much, and I'll try not to sabotage today's agenda by moving through things too quickly, but equally, I don't want to sort of labor the points on some of this, so the presentation I give today will be quite a brief summary. Again, I'm happy to stop and go back and go over things in more detail as necessary. There are 2 slides in this presentation. They're just giving an update on the financial position of the R&E Fund and the panel's finances generally. And the first of these slides, the intent of this is to summarize what we know. And what we know at the moment is how much money was in the account as of a few weeks ago, February 28. And the second slide is a summary of what we expect the panel to have available for, well, what is available for allocation to projects in the current funding cycle. So on this first slide, the figures that are accounted for, and this is all in Canadian dollars because that's the currency that the Pacific Salmon Commission works in, being based in Vancouver. And it's the currency we report out in. We account for the money that was in the panel's account this time last year, the opening balance, about 480,000 Canadian. Money that came in, which is essentially the US 1.2 million annual contribution, which last year was received April 15. The money that's gone out to projects approved by the panel between this time last year and a few weeks ago, February 28, that's about 1.18 million Canadian dollars. And the administration costs, fees that have been charged to the R&E Fund by the Secretariat over that same period, which is 99,000 Canadian dollars approximately. So starting balance plus money in, less money out to projects, less money out for administration, gives us a fund balance at February 28, 2022 of $702,098 in Canadian terms. And the second slide, as I say, summarizes the money that the panel has at its disposal for the current cycle. So we're accounting here for the panel's remaining commitments. As you saw in the previous presentation, there are a lot of projects that are still ongoing. We haven't paid out the grants to those in full yet. We'll do that when the project's complete. And at the moment, the commitments are about 542,000 Canadian dollars. The remaining commitments or costs of fund administration, about 15,000 Canadian. There's also some money that's owed to the fund, quite a small amount, about 12,000 Canadian. And that's money that is with projects that have been completed and that have ended up spending less than the amount that was sent to them as a project advance by us. So we'll get that back. And yeah, it's quite a small amount, but useful to account for. And if we account for the balance at February 28, and then account for these commitments and this revenue, then the balance at March 31st, we expect, if all of that were to be settled, would be about 155,000 Canadian dollars. Now, the next line converts that Canadian figure to US currency, because that's the currency that the panel makes decisions in. So that 155 in Canadian is 123,000 in US. We expect that the R&E Fund will receive its annual contribution quite shortly of 1.2 million US. So that takes us to the figure below. And in a closed session earlier this week, the panel also reviewed and approved an administration budget for covering the costs of administering the fund in the next financial year, Canadian financial year, of approximately 99,000 US dollars. Accounting for those figures, the amount that should be available for projects in 2022 is 1.224 million US dollars, which is a healthy position for the panel to be in. So thank you again. I'll stop there. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions or comments from panel members on status of R&E Fund monies? Again, checking in with Mr. Co-Chair, if there's any questions or comments.
No questions from the Canadian delegation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Again, moving right along with this morning's presentations and R&E Fund topic. Tom, I guess while you're preparing to bring up some of the documents associated with the final decisions in that regard, there was one comment that I wanted to, I guess, bring out that about over 5 years ago at this point, I don't recall the exact year, but the panel took a very focused, or made a very focused effort to try and evaluate and improve the priorities on the R&E Fund, as well as refine and better define the process that the panel undertakes on an annual basis in review, discussion, and selection of annual R&E Fund proposals in that regard. And the specific effort was, and expectation of that effort was to help streamline and improve and make the process overall more efficient in the final decision making in that regard. And I think that this number of years later, since that was implemented, it's proven to be an effective process. I think all of us have recognized that we have that streamlining effort has resulted in a much smoother and more effective and time efficient even process for annual decisions that the panel makes on funding R&E programs. So I did want to mention that effort, I think, has been well served to the panel, and I think by extension proponents have been well served by that process, and it's working well at this point. I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you wanted to make any additional comments to that effect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not beyond what you've referenced, other than to extend our appreciation to panel members, advisors, and in particular the Joint Technical Committee and the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat, which enabled the panel to revise and perhaps refocus its priorities for the Restoration and Enhancement Fund. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And maybe, Tom, to check in with you, perhaps we needed to clarify this further during our in-camera deliberations, but did you have just a brief document to show, at least with respect to the final selections and the decisions from the panel?
Yes, thank you. I have that. I can bring it up on screen. And yeah, then I suppose I'd look to yourselves, co-chairs, if there are any comments you want to make in particular about the panel's process this year. But otherwise, I can just bring that up now.
Yes, please proceed. Tom, go ahead and bring that up.
Okay, thank you. So this should be up on your screens now. It's just summarizing the proposals submitted to the R&E Fund that were selected bilaterally for funding this year by the panel. In total, 21 proposals were received and 19 of those have been selected for funding. Thank you again, co-chairs. I'm not sure how much you'd like to add to this. Would it be helpful to read them out, or will this suffice for this item?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Perhaps I'd look to Mr. Co-Chair if you would like to make any initial additional comments and clarifications, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not at this time beyond confirming, as Mr. Alpe has described, the Yukon River Panel has selected 19 projects which will be funded through the Yukon River Restoration and Enhancement Fund in the upcoming season in 2022. The list of selected projects will be posted on the Yukon River Panel's website following this meeting. And likewise, the successful proponents will be notified of the acceptance of their project funding requests. So in that regard, Mr. Chair, just confirmation from the Canadian delegation that we support proceeding with funding of the 19 identified projects, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And by way of confirmation from the U.S. section that there is concurrence and agreement on proceeding with these 19 programs for the 2022 R&E Fund season in that regard. I guess maybe there's some additional comments to make along these lines, but it might be better served when we move into the call for proposals for the 2023 season on R&E Fund in that regard. So is there any questions, additional comments from panel members with respect to the 2022 R&E Fund program selections? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you for that. Okay, thank you, Tom. I think we can move into the next agenda item, which is discussion of the 2023 R&E Fund call for proposals.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And would it be helpful if I brought the draft document up on screen?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So that's coming up now, and I've moved straight to the near-term priorities. So could perhaps summarize some of the points that were discussed in closed session earlier this week. Broadly, the call for proposals that was initially discussed earlier this week is consistent with the call for proposals that have been put out by the panel in recent years. Again, earlier this week, the panel didn't initially identify any other near-term priorities beyond the ones that were published last year. But again, I expect you might want to confirm that today and check in on that point in the specifics. The timeline for the call for proposals remains consistent with previous years. The deadline again of October 1. We will update the amounts that will be anticipated as available for funding next year. I do want to point out again for anyone that's thinking about submitting a proposal, this figure is to be finalized, 1.55 million, but because the panel didn't spend the entire budget that was available to it this year, there will be a little more money in the pot next year. So that should be positive news for anyone who's considering putting together a project for the panel. And then the other area of focus, again in panel conversations earlier this week, was on the various guidance documents that accompany this and how best to draw attention to the importance of those and how to use those effectively in this call for proposals. And again, I expect you might want to discuss that further again today. So thank you. I don't want to presume how exactly you want to use your time on this agenda item. So I'll stop there and I'll hand over to you co-chairs to give further direction. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, for that introduction. I'll maybe take a first attempt at some additional clarifications and discussions or outcomes of discussions that we had on the 2023 call. One of the first ones is that in the near-term priorities, which has been consistently and understandably focused on Chinook salmon, given the longer-term decline in run abundance for that species on Canadian origin kings, with the recent and unfortunate decline in chum salmon, fall chum salmon, specifically Canadian origin, as well as U.S. origin fall chum salmon. But for the purposes of the panel, for the focus on Canadian origin stocks in that regard, it was agreed to add chum salmon to the near-term priorities. So if you think about it in terms of the three more specific near-term priorities in the various restoration, stewardship, and general envelopes or categories, it would apply to either Chinook and chum in that regard. That was the intent of the panel with respect to adding chum salmon to that introductory paragraph on near-term priorities. Mr. Co-Chair, additional comments to that specific effect?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further to add beyond the panel's desire to be inclusive of consideration of restoration programs and projects that are not exclusively only focused on Chinook salmon. So I know that in prior years, certainly we had accepted proposals of that nature, but certainly providing that additional clarification that the restoration project priority is inclusive of both Chinook and chum is intended to provide that clarity to proponents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Maybe some additional discussion that the panel had on the 2023 call is also in the context of linking various restoration proposals to specific plans, either at the local level, at the stream level potentially, or stock population level, or even to broader scales over the entire Yukon drainage in Yukon territory, Yukon River drainage in Yukon territory. So there is maybe more so from the U.S. section, but interest in receiving additional information on the available restoration plans at whatever scale, small to large, within Yukon territory, that's available to proponents, that's available to agencies, First Nations, et cetera, in helping to guide and direct restoration programs or proposals within the Yukon territory of Canada. So we would maybe look to see some additional presentations or information at future panel meetings that would be beneficial to certainly the U.S. section's knowledge and understanding of what those plans and priorities are. That would assist all of us, I think, at the full panel level in helping to better understand, evaluate, and make decisions on restoration proposals to the R&E Fund. So we'll look forward to getting some of that additional information and the discussions that would occur associated with that. I guess I'd ask if Mr. Chair has any additional comments, and in general, if any panel members have any comments or questions as we move through the 2023 call finalization.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions from my perspective, but certainly would open the floor to panel members and advisors for any additional questions or comments prior to confirming finalization of the 2023 call for project proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess next, moving into The various, I guess, backing up a little, maybe a little bit of a background, is that there's been ongoing efforts over a decade at this point with the assistance and expertise and technical expertise in particular of the JTC, of developing and implementing various guidance documents associated with the various categories that you can see there on the screen. With respect to conservation, restoration, enhancement, stewardship, communications, and viable fisheries in Canada. So those documents are typically developed initially by the JTC, and then they are presented and discussed amongst the panel for amendment, improvement, and so on and so forth, and then approved to be made available through the Restoration and Enhancement Fund process for proponents' use and literal guidance in assisting them in developing their proposals for submission to the fund in that regard. About 2+ years ago now, an effort was undertaken to develop a new document, a new guidance document for stewardship-based proposals. The panel has approved that stewardship guidance document during this meeting. So it is now an additional guidance document that you see there on the screen that's been added for the use by proponents in helping to guide and support their efforts in developing proposals under that stewardship envelope. So that will be a new document that'll be available to proponents with this call. Some additional, and I think really good discussion that the panel had during our discussions on the 2023 call is some feedback from proponents, various proponents that sought to see if there's a way to find multiple categories, like when it comes to the specific selection of the envelope that proponents are submitting to in that regard, that sometimes their project and program ideas may fit into multiple envelopes along those lines. So that is recognized by the panel. I think it's going to take a little bit more discussion and thought on ways that that the panel may be able to accommodate that in that regard. But just wanted to note that that is something that was discussed in our meeting this week. And it's something that we'll be having further discussions and coming up with perhaps some ideas into the future that would help to accommodate that. But again, maybe in summary, there will be a new guidance document available to proponents with respect to stewardship, the stewardship envelope and stewardship-based proposals in that regard. Mr. Co-Chair, any additional comments or thoughts in that regard? And again, any comments, questions, thoughts from panel members as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further to add beyond the inclusion of the additional stewardship guidance document and perhaps some direction to project proponents around how best to focus their project proposals to align with the various guidance and requirements of the Restoration and Enhancement Fund program. And I apologize, Mr. Chair, I need to step away for about 10 minutes or so. So I'll have Mr. Steve Smith, co-chair momentarily. I sincerely apologize for this disruption.
No, thank you for that notification, Mr. Chair. And I think we'll be able to proceed awaiting your return. Thanks to Steve for sitting in that regard. It does look like we have a question or comment from Andy Bassich. Go ahead, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you, John. I'm not sure where this comment would be most appropriate in our agenda, but given discussion on the restoration projects in the R&E, I'd just like to make a recommendation to the Yukon River Panel that they maybe ask for a review. Maybe the best way to describe it would be a report card on where we're at with restoration projects that we've been funding for the last couple of years. And for me, it's mainly just informational. You know, to go back in history, the Alaska delegation basically said that they were in full support of restoration projects and spending more money on those projects a number of years ago. And at that time, we also said that we would like to get a report card in a few years on the progress. So I'd just like to make that recommendation to the panel that we ask the JTC to do a review of the restoration projects, where they're at, and maybe if they have recommendations on further steps so that we can refine our call for proposals to accommodate what those recommendations might be. That's all I have, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that, Andy. And that kind of was a good reminder a little bit too, that was part of some of our discussion. I think there's inherent interest in the focus and for several years running now, the emphasis on restoration programs associated with the R&E Fund in that regard, and what progress has been made and what of those efforts and the funding that supports them been able to produce. I expect certainly it's an ongoing process, but getting an update on some sort of basis or timeline in that regard is something that I think is a fairly obvious desire and interest of the panel in that regard. So I think that's something that would be beneficial as we move forward into upcoming meetings into the next year of the panel. I think maybe we need some additional discussion with the Secretariat and the R&E Fund Administrator at Pacific Salmon Commission and see what might be the best way to accommodate that interest and report out to the panel over the next year. So thank you for that comment, Andy. Appreciate that. Any additional comments or questions from panel members? Okay, not seeing any. Perhaps staying with the current theme on the stewardship guidance documents, there has been some recent struggles, I guess, is one way to say it, of having adequate information to be able to effectively evaluate, score, discuss, and ultimately make final decisions on some of the proposals. Again, the guidance documents that are listed here with the inclusion of the recent stewardship guidance document is intended to provide assistance to proponents for their development and drafting of their proposals for submission. And perhaps it's been the panel's been a little remiss in providing more clarification to proponents on the value of that guidance to both the JTC and the overall panel in its review and proposal selection process. So that is something that we discussed a little bit during our deliberations and decision making on this year's R&E Fund proposals and the 2023 calls. So we will be working on, we don't have any draft language at this point, but something additional to this important note section and the guidance documents and their availability, adding some language that maybe helps to give proponents an idea of how those guidance documents are of use to both the JTC and panel in our review of those proposal submissions in that regard. So we will be trying to add a little bit more language that might give some insight and clarity to proponents on the importance of following those guidance documents and the value that they present, the benefit, they present to the panel or to the proponents in development of their proposals, and the value and benefit that provides to both the JTC and the panel in their review and discussions on decisions for proposal funding in that regard. So that is something that's expected to be included in the call, and hopefully that might provide a little more insight to proponents on perhaps utilization of these guidance documents, as well as the value it presents to the panel overall in discussing and selecting proposals for funding. I'm not sure if Mr. Co-Chair is back, but I guess, Steve, if you're still acting co-chair, if you had any additional comments or questions to add in that regard.
Yeah,
Steve
thanks,
Smith.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, no further comment from myself. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I believe that covers everything, but certainly any additional comments or questions from panel members with respect to the 2023 R&E Fund call for proposals. Okay, not seeing any hands raised in that regard. So thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. We can go ahead and take down the draft call for proposals. So that completes our R&E Fund section of the agenda. Again, maybe just to reiterate, the final selections for the 2022 proposals for funding will be posted on the Yukon River Panel website and available to proponents. Tom, maybe I'll go to you in a second to maybe provide a little bit more information in that regard. But also it will be included in the press release that'll be published and included on the panel's website after the conclusion of this preseason meeting. Tom, if you wouldn't mind, maybe giving a little bit of an outline on process associated with the timeline for when the call is finalized and active, sent out, and available for proposal submission, anticipated deadlines, which have been fairly standardized, so on and so forth. And I know that there's been some interest and questions and comments raised, at least from the US section, on efforts to try and get the word out, for lack of a better term, about the funding opportunity that the R&E Fund represents. And we've had some section discussion on what efforts that the US section could make, at least in Alaska, along those lines. But maybe if you just could give a brief description on the process that will be undertaken from here moving forward on the 2023 call.
Sure, happy to do that. So after this meeting, I will work with the co-chairs just to tidy the document up and get it completely ready for distribution. We also might make a couple of small changes to the actual application form this year. Not really substantive changes, but we might sort of use the application form to signpost some of the guidance documents, that sort of thing. So all to say there'll be a little bit of tidying up of the package to do over the next couple of weeks or so. But I anticipate that that won't be too onerous and that we'll have the call for proposals posted to the Yukon River Panel website, possibly later this month or certainly towards the middle of May at the very latest, which hopefully again gives plenty of time for applicants to put together proposals. The deadline for receiving those will be the same as last year. It will be October 1, 2022. What else would be helpful to talk about in terms of process and how it's publicized? So when the call gets posted on the panel website, what we tend to do is just write to the people that submitted applications in the previous cycle. So anyone who put a proposal in for this cycle, just to let them know as clearly interested parties that the call is live again and sort of where they can find the information they need for that. And we also post an announcement on the Yukon River Panel website itself. So I think the main way for sort of publicizing the call is this meeting, other meetings that happen in kind of associated forums along the river. But yeah, certainly happy to hear any thoughts about whether that's sufficient, whether more needs to be done. But broadly, that's the process. And yeah, as I say, it's very consistent with sort of the way it's been done for the last few years. I would say this year is kind of unusual in that the panel was undersubscribed and there was a little less interest in proposals than normal. Normally, it's more common for there to be more projects seeking funding than there are funds available. So I'd expect that to be, the norm again this year and in future years too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does that sort of cover the points that you were hoping, or is there anything else that would be helpful for me to sort of outline at this stage?
No, that is helpful. I appreciate that, Tom. Just to give a little bit of insight to existing proponents and perhaps anybody that's listening that might be interested in pursuing proposal submission for the first time. I do appreciate that your mention of the proposals funded for the upcoming season did not utilize the full allocation that was available for R&E programs. Is kind of, I think, at least for the U.S. section in that regard, is thinking about it in terms of do we need to put some more focus? Does the panel need to have some more discussion and put some more focus on ensuring that that the proposals that we receive is going to be commensurate with the funds that are available. And maybe just to further clarify, it's not a problem or an issue that the number of proposals received is less than the funds available in that regard. We fortunately have the ability to, quote unquote, roll over any remaining funds into the next call year, but it perhaps makes one wonder if we need to attract and maybe spread the word to some extent to a wider array of potential proponents to ensure that they're aware of the opportunity for proposal submission, that they are clear on the purpose of the R&E Fund in particular with respect to a focus and purpose of Canadian origin transboundary salmon stocks on the Yukon River. In that regard, and that proposals need to be focused very somewhat narrowly on that intent and purpose, and maybe trying to attract some additional interest for proponents to submit. So I think that's maybe a theme and a topic that we, the panel, can have additional discussion on various ways that we might be able to accomplish that in that regard. But it's something that that is of interest certainly to the U.S. section, and we'd look forward to any additional discussions for the future with the full panel, full bilateral panel, to find ways that we might be able to address that. Mr. Co-Chair, I don't know if you've returned yet. It looks like perhaps not, but I don't know if Steve Smith or any panel members have any comments or questions, not just on that topic, but in general on the R&E Fund.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Co-Chair. Don't see any additional comments. I mean, I just, from the work that, I mean, the JTC side of things that I've been working with, I think I really appreciate the comments that have been raised and the emphasis to highlight the benefit and availability of the R&E Fund. Thanks.
Yep, thank you for that, Steve. So not seeing any additional comments or questions. Again, I think that that closes out our first morning topic on the Yukon River Restoration Enhancement Fund in that regard, and doing a little bit of a time check. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. Our agenda seems to be moving quite effectively and efficiently during this meeting, which is a good thing. That's a very good thing in that regard. So maybe what I'll suggest, again, to try and keep in line with the schedule, if there were specific agenda topics that any members or observers and that are of the meeting or interested in, that we'd want to try and stick with our schedule and our timeline as much as possible. So I'll suggest that we take a break a little bit earlier again, and a little bit longer break, and that we can anticipate returning to the record at the scheduled time of let's go with 10:15, I guess a little bit earlier than initially scheduled. I don't know that we need to break for over a half an hour, but that'll give us about 20 minutes or so break here. So let's plan on being back on the record again at 10:15 a.m. Tom, if you could put that up on the screen, that'd be appreciated. 10:15 a.m. Alaska time, and that would be 11:15 a.m. Pacific or Yukon time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So welcome back for a little bit of an extended break there. We'll go ahead and proceed with the remainder of our morning session agenda items. Next on the agenda is the Panel Communications Committee report. Yes, I'd ask Tom if you would have the Communications Committee plan available, or maybe sorry, before we do that, maybe I'll ask the U.S. and Canadian co-chairs of the Communications Committee on how they would like to proceed with respect to this topic. If you just wanted to provide a verbal update and report, or are looking for some visual references, defer to how would you like to proceed. So Andy or Dennis?
Yeah, thank you, John. I think Dennis may be popping in and out. He has other commitments, so Tom Alpe and I will give the presentation. I think it would be helpful to have a few of these slides that were shared in the closed section meeting available, just to help keep it succinct and make sure we cover all of our topics. So Tom, maybe if you could pull up, I guess, Mr. Co-Chair, if it's all right with you, we can present the meeting plan. Is that what you would like to hear? Or do you want to see us more of a focus on some of the programs, educational exchange, et cetera?
Yeah, I think maybe start with the meeting plan that was reviewed by the panel for approval, and you can go ahead and walk through that. And then have some additional discussion on additional activities and expectations for the committee. Andy, that sounds good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Tom, if you're up with it, if you could work through this document with the panel, and then I can add additional comments and take questions. I think that'd probably be the most effective way to get through this.
Yeah, certainly sounds good, Andy. So thank you very much, everyone. Again, my name is Tom Alpe. I'm the R&E Fund Administrator at the PSC in Vancouver, the Pacific Salmon Commission. And in addition to the R&E Fund support, our role is also to generally support the panel in the execution of its duties, which includes now the newly formalized Communications Committee, which is why I'm also assisting with providing this update. So this is a new sort of standing item for the panel, I suppose it will become now. Essentially, the Communications Committee, as was discussed at the last panel meeting, has now been formalized in the panel process. It has a terms of reference, and that terms of reference requires, amongst other things, that each year the Communications Committee puts together a meeting plan, which really also just acts as a plan that summarizes what they're going to do in the year ahead for panel approval. And so that's the document that you're seeing on screen now. The plan starts out by just identifying the current membership of the Communications Committee. So right now there are 4 Canadian members, 2 of which are also panel members, and 3 US members. So Andy, perhaps one of the things when I run through the rest of this, you might want to talk about sort of future plans for recruiting US members and where you might look to for future participation as well. But these are the members, and you can also find this list on the panel website. Moving to page 2 of the plan, It really just describes the meetings that the communications committee will have in the coming year and the thrust of those meetings, what they'll cover, what they'll be working on. So the first meeting that's planned will be a virtual meeting, probably this November. And this is a meeting for the committee to look at any communication project proposals that are submitted to the R&E Fund in the next cycle. So in the same way that the Joint Technical Committee reviews the majority of proposals that are submitted, the Communications Committee also has a role now in formally reviewing any communication proposals that come into the panel, and they'll be looking at those and thinking about whether there are any sort of things that they'd like to potentially change, requested modifications, any questions that they have, and passing those through to the panel just to feed into the review process as well. They'll also be looking at plans for an educational exchange program in 2023. And again, Andy, I won't say too much about the educational exchange now, but to give context to this item, in 2021, there was an education exchange. It was virtual. The scope of the program was ultimately quite limited, but at the same time, there are some valuable products that came out of it. The committee is considering what to do with those at the moment. Videos that were made in the US, in Alaska and in Yukon as well, talking about some of the impacts of the recent low runs on families and communities and what that means kind of on a more personal level. In 2022, the panel isn't proposing to take forward an education exchange. There won't be one. And in 2023, there are plans probably to return to a more traditional in-person exchange. And in November this year, the committee will be putting together the project plan for that proposal and bringing that proposal to the panel at the 2022 post-season meeting for approval at that point, to allow plenty of time for planning and execution of that program. And there may also be other additional bits of work that the committee is interested in taking forward. And this will be a chance to identify those and to begin planning for those as well. So that's November. The second meeting will be aligned with the 2022 post-season meeting so that it can take place in person and take advantage of everyone being in the same place at the same time. And that will be immediately prior to the meeting. So again, just finalizing the education exchange plans, if any final refinements are needed at that point. Also, it can be a chance to review how the communication projects have been going in 2022. There are a couple that are being supported by the panel this year. So to the extent that those have been completed, the panel will be checking in on them. And there will also be a chance at a slightly longer in-person meeting to have a proper conversation about the communication strategy as well, which is another document that the new terms of reference envisage this committee taking on and maintaining. And finally, the equivalent version of this plan, that's also a chance to start thinking about that. And then the final meeting that the committee is planning to have this year will be immediately prior to this meeting, but next year, so aligned with the 2023 pre-season meeting. And again, in-person meeting to finalize recommendations on communications proposals that have been submitted to the R&E Fund through the normal process, and feeding into the review and selection process, again, the same way that the JTC does, or well, in an analogous way. Finalize plans for any other communication projects. Again, the educational exchange will hopefully already be in the bag by that point, taken care of, and to maybe talk a bit more about communication strategy, that type of thing, any other business that needs to be conducted. The final items in this plan, again, identify any other projects that will be sort of committee-led and panel-led. And in this year, as I mentioned, there aren't any plans to go forward with a education exchange in 2022, take a break and regroup with that one. and there aren't any other specific projects. This is really a year where the committee's getting together, defining its roles and finding its feet a bit. And then the final section of this is just noting that the committee was asking for panel approval of this plan formally earlier this week, and that was that was obtained. So the panel did approve this plan. So thank you, Andy. That's a walkthrough of the plan, and happy I'll hand over to you now to fill in the gaps. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Tom. Very well said. And I guess what I'd like to do, I'm going to kind of do a quick overview and add a little bit to what Tom said, and then take questions from panel members or public if the co-chairs so decide. And first thing I wanted to do, though, is I wanted to do a quick shout out to Jesse Terrace, who has been a longtime member of the Communications Committee in her various roles on the Canadian side. And she has informed us that at this point in time, she'll be stepping down and passing the baton, but I just wanted to recognize her because she has been a very integral part of the Communications Committee, very active and very proactive, and really value her comments. I certainly hope that she can stay engaged in her new position with us to whatever extent she's capable of doing. So thank you very much, Jesse, for all your work and your efforts for communication. In regards to membership, we do want to include a few more representatives on the US side. We'd like to extend membership to US Fish and Wildlife Service, ADF&G, for their representation there in outreach and communications. And then it's also been identified by John Lamont that it would be good to put an invitation out to AVCP, which is a Lower River organization, TCC, Tanana Chiefs Conference, and the Tribal Fish Commission, which is operating. The hopes of that is to bring in kind of a working partnership so that we can align our messaging, partner to create outreach programs and meet the needs of the Alaska fishermen through the Communications Committee. But with the understanding that this is a full river-wide communications organization, but we will be identifying hopefully through our strategic planning, needs in the US and also in Canada. Some projects may be collaborative between the two, some may be somewhat more individual, depending on how the strategy goes. And certainly we'll be able to update you at the next meeting with some of our initial strategies to be presented to the Yukon River Panel for consideration, comment, and modifications. Tom mentioned the Ed Exchange. We will not be doing that this year. However, we're hoping in the November meeting to begin to develop ideas along the educational exchange. We learned a lot this year about it and dealing with it through COVID. I think it was successful. We have created a couple of videos in partnership with ESSA, which is an organization down in Vancouver, who has taken charge of the editing, and we'll be reviewing that, getting that to the panel for review, and then final approval by the panel. Hopefully we'll be able to do that in a timely manner so that we can get this out to the public and publish on our website, Yukon River Panel website. I would like to ask the panel to please keep in mind any issues or outreach needs from your prospective countries or communities. I think in developing our strategy, it's going to be really important to get input from the Yukon River Panel members. We're here to serve you. Kind of think of us as a body that operates like the JTC. We will be bringing ideas to you, but we rely very heavily on you to let us know what the needs are, and hopefully we can design strategies to address those. Let's see. I think for the most part, that's about all I wanted to cover. I guess the only other thing, we haven't met to start strategies, but one idea I would like to put out to panel members to think about or comment on is the inclusion, or maybe starting to focus a bit more through communications with youth on both sides of the river. We do have the R&E project, Salmon in the Schools, which has been a long-term project and a very successful project that the panel has been funding, and maybe consider expanding that into Alaska schools, and maybe using the communications platform to tie those together in kind of a transboundary platform and communication. So a way to get youth from the schools talking across border about salmon issues. And so I'd just like you to think about that. If you have any comments, I'd love to hear them as we go into our strategic planning. I think that's about all I have. If panel members or if the co-chairs want the public to ask questions or whatever, be happy to try and field questions from either or both.
Thank you, Andy and Tom. Maybe we don't see any specific questions or comments at this time, but maybe if you could speak a little bit to, in more detail, to plans for the education exchange program.
Yeah, so right now we are not planning on having an educational exchange program for 2022. However, we hope to work on developing plans for 2023. We will be meeting in November to discuss those ideas. We should have a rough draft plan, hopefully, by the post-season meeting for the Yukon River Panel, whether that's in December or January. So we will be able to address the panel at that time. And I guess that brings the point that I was making about feedback from the panel on that educational exchange. It's been recognized the educational exchange is a core panel project, and it's something that we want to be very effective. But I think we need some input from the panel on the direction you'd like to see, what you like about it, what you don't like about it, what you would like to see in the future. That would help us to develop that plan in November. So I think I would say on the Alaska side, if anybody can reach out to myself or John Lamont, who's also a member on the communications committee for the Alaska side, and then for the Canadian side, if you could reach out to the Yukon Salmon subcommittee with ideas or concepts, and then we can work on developing those. In regards to the videos that were created this year, is very challenging due to the COVID. We had plans to send videographers and lead people out to the villages, but COVID prevented that from happening. So we basically tried to work remotely with proponents. We were successful with one of the applicants in Alaska and one of the applicants in Yukon Territory. So there is productions that have been created with that, and we will be reviewing that and then bringing that to the panel as soon as possible. If there's any other questions on that, I'll dive a little deeper.
Yeah, thanks again, Andy. Appreciate all that detailed information. And certainly sounds like the communications committee has been quite active, quite busy, making some really good products and making really good progress on various communications efforts. Obviously, perhaps more work to come, but very glad to see that. Again, any comments, questions from panel members, and maybe go to Mr. Co-Chair with respect to any questions from yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions from the Canadian delegation meeting room, but I would like to extend our appreciation to the Communications Committee, noting that a number of our past and current participants contribute to the committee on a voluntary basis, and there are certainly many hours behind the scenes spent developing ideas, initiatives, and advancing products on behalf of the Yukon River Panel. So we certainly look forward to the release of a number of new communications initiative videos on the Yukon River Panel's website, and we expect that those will be up in time for probably May, late May, early June of this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
John, maybe if I could follow and build on that just a little bit more.
Please, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to remind the panel and the public that in, I believe it was 2019, we undertook creating 4 videos that deal a lot with how the Yukon River Panel works, the various entities of the Yukon River Panel, the process. Those videos have been developed. They have been reviewed. It was determined that they needed a little bit more work. A few comments that were made that need to be fine-tuned a little bit. That is underway with the co-chairs reviewing and making those revisions, working with ESSA, the entity that did the production of the videos. So hopefully as soon as that work is done through ESSA, that will be approved by the co-chairs and then can be posted to the website. Once on the website, we're hoping that that can be utilized by schools, any entity to help with outreach with the communications of the Yukon River Panel and the understanding of the panel and how it operates. So that's the update on those 4 videos created back then.
Yeah, thank you for that, Andy. And I would add that the efforts that Mr. Co-Chair and I put into review of those videos, very good production quality. I think they're going to be really valuable tools. Again, a little bit more work and edits or editorial is needed on those videos, and they should be on the website and available for you. So I encourage both panel members, members of the public and stakeholders on the Yukon to keep an eye out on the Yukon River Panel website and look for those videos to be posted. I hope that they will be well received and will serve as good communications tools. So thank you for that. Any last comments or questions or information from you, Andy?
Negative. Thank you. I guess the final comment I would make is there are a lot of people that are very passionate about communications and the social side of salmon on the communications committee. And a lot of work and effort is put into that. But we all feel it's a very important part of salmon management, and we're happy to contribute the time, but we need input from people from the panel. So that's really important. The more input we get, the better we can function and provide for the Yukon River Panel needs.
Yep, thank you for that, Andy. And again, thank you to both Andy and Dennis in that regard for all of their efforts on the Communications Committee. We do have a question or comment from John Lamont. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs. Thank you, Andy, and also Dennis, the 2 co-chairs to the Communications Committee. Ever since the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat, Mr. Tom Alpe's been involved, everything has gone real smooth, and we really appreciate the work he's done in facilitating these meetings. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that,
John.
Yep. I think it goes to show that the value of having somebody to give you some what's generally termed as administrative support in some form is somewhat immeasurable at times. And thank you to Tom in that regard. It's clear, I think, for all panel members, certainly to the co-chairs, that since Tom and Pacific Salmon Commission has been involved in the Communications Committee, that it has been a catalyst for improved and effective activity of that committee. So thank you for that, Tom. It's much appreciated. Okay, I think that closes our Communications Committee report. Again, thank you to Andy and Dennis and all Communications Committee members for all of their efforts and activities, and for Tom for his assistance with all of that. Next up on the agenda is the annual report on the 2021 Bering Sea Pollock Fishery Salmon Bycatch Summary. Tom, perhaps as you're bringing that document up on screen, I'll maybe open with a little bit of background on the purpose and how this report came to be. About 4 or 5 years ago, the panel had quite a bit of discussion with respect to wanting to get fairly regularly updated on the status of essentially predominantly the pollock fishery in the Bering Sea, but groundfish fisheries in general in the Bering Sea. And specifically, these are U.S. Fisheries that extend out to from 3 miles off the coast in the Bering Sea out to 200 miles. So they're U.S. federal government managed fisheries through the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. And they do encounter bycatch of multiple different species on an annual basis in their operations. That's inclusive of salmon species in that bycatch that's taken every year. So in an effort to accommodate that interest and desire for an annual update, essentially, to the panel on the status of bycatch levels in those various fisheries, and again, in particular within the pollock fishery. Specifically, this document was developed. It's kind of templated, for lack of a better term. It was brought in draft form to the panel, again, a couple of years ago for review to receive some feedback if it contains the type of information that the panel was looking for in that regard, and to further refine it. So since that time, this will be, I believe, the second or third year that template has been in place as approved by the panel in that regard. And the reason that it's always being presented and reported out to the panel during the April, spring preseason timeframe is that it's reporting out on the essentially the fishery year for those groundfish fisheries goes on a calendar year basis. So starting January 1, ending at the end of December each year. So there's a couple months of, when you look at 2021 calendar year and fish year, need a couple of months for staff within National Marine Fisheries Service to compile all the data from the previous year and to produce summaries and so on and so forth. And then that information is then put into and available then to put into this annual summary report for the panel in that regard. So I also want to, I would be remiss without mentioning that this is a document that Jim Murphy with NOAA, some folks might, panel members might recall Jim. He's a longstanding JTC member, a Joint Technical Committee member, and he frequently participates in panel meetings to give presentations on marine research and various programs and projects that NOAA is involved with. Both Department of Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife Service, and in the marine ecosystem, essentially in that regard. Jim would be here today with us, but I guess unfortunate that he's not able to join us today, but also fortunate that the reason he wasn't able to join us is that he and his colleagues within NOAA scrambled to put together a last-minute survey associated with the International Year of the Salmon surveys. That you will see a upcoming presentation that'll touch on that program in that regard. But there was a cancellation of one of those surveys and the vessel available for it. A scramble was made just in the last several weeks to try and find another vessel to go out and replace it. That was successful, and Jim is now out in the North Pacific conducting that survey. Otherwise, he would be with us here today. So I do want to acknowledge and recognize Jim as being one of the primary authors of this annual report. And also to note that this report and additional information in the narrative essentially is contained in the annual JTC report that is produced. So there is a section in that annual JTC report that describes and addresses bycatch in the Bering Sea, and this report is contained in a slightly different form as an appendix within that JTC report. So that is something that's accessible, obviously, to panel members and stakeholders in the public to get copies and additional information. So with that, I will maybe pause and see if there's any questions or comments from panel members with some of that background information. Mr. Co-Chair, any questions, comments from you or other Canadian section members?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not at this time.
Okay, I do see a question or comment from Andy Bassage. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I guess from my perspective, I really value this information. I think given the concerns of the marine environment and their impacts to our salmon on the Yukon River, this is incredibly important information. Not only the bycatch, but I think what I would like to ask the panel to do is to seek that anytime information on any type of environmental discoveries or new information comes up, the impacts of how the environment is changing, competition at seas, productivity at sea, all of that would be really, really valuable to this panel in evaluating the effects of marine environment on salmon. So just a suggestion to the panel that the co-chairs make sure that any information that they come upon could be distributed to panel members to disseminate. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andy. And not to preempt it too much, but along that theme of that information that you were expressing interest, that I'm sure all panel members have interested in that regard. The next presentation will start to touch on some of those themes along those lines. So hopefully that'll be useful and of interest to the panel. So again, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I myself am looking forward to the presentation. So hopefully it'll be insightful to all panel members in that regard. Any additional comments or questions at this point? Again, I'm going to do a quick walkthrough. I'm not going to read off this entire document word for word, but I will try to orient and guide both panel members and folks that are viewing meeting proceedings through this document, and in trying to focus more on the specific new information that it contains. But if there aren't any additional questions, I'll go ahead and proceed with that. So again, as I mentioned, this is a templated report in that regard. It starts with some background and description information with respect to the nature of the fisheries that I was kind of summarizing there at the opening of this agenda topic. It definitely has references for various reports that are published that can be pursued for additional, more detailed information along those lines. And in particular, I guess if you could scroll down to the current BSAI bycatch information section. Thank you, Tom. In that regard, this is the section that gives the updated information. So again, with respect to the most recent calendar year of those Bering Sea fisheries, that would be 2021 specifically. You'll note that those bullets, those specific 3 bullets in this section speaks to the most up-to-date information. Again, at the end, and I'll show this as we go through, but at the end of this document, there are several tables that contain not just current year bycatch information, but also prior year bycatch information. That's where you'll see those table references of where that information is contained. So during 2021, in that first bullet for Chinook salmon bycatch specifically, for 2021, the total bycatch from all Bering Sea groundfish fisheries, so that includes the pelagic trawl, the bottom trawl, and hook and line fisheries, was 15,827. That was a 50% lower bycatch level than the recent 5-year average. So a fairly low bycatch of Chinook salmon in 2021. Now, of that same number, again, you'll kind of see this here, as that the majority of that 15,000 number is taken specifically in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Pollock fishery. So that's that second sentence is referring to the number of Pollock bycatch. Pollock fishery bycatch was 13,783. So that 15,000 figure, 13,783 were taken in specifically in the Pollock fishery for that bycatch. Again, it's a below average bycatch for all those fisheries, inclusive of the Pollock fishery. For total non-Chinook salmon bycatch, so that's a term that will be frequently utilized in any kind of reporting on bycatch from the Bering Sea groundfish fisheries. It's using the term non-Chinook. And what that means, it's primarily chum salmon, not all, but the vast majority of that non-Chinook salmon bycatch. And what that term means, that's that it's primarily chum salmon in that regard. So again, during the 2021 Bering Sea groundfish, overall groundfish fisheries, the total non-Chinook, again, predominantly chum bycatch was 535,282. Which was a 49% increase over the recent 5-year average. And again, specific to the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands Pollock fishery, again, the majority of that overall 535,000 figure bycatch, the majority of that is again taken in the Pollock fishery, and that specific bycatch was 530,000. So of that 535,000 figure, 530,000 of that figure was taken specifically in the Pollock fishery. Various efforts and actions have been taken over the years by the North Pacific Council with respect to concerns for salmon bycatch, in particular Chinook, but not just Chinook, salmon bycatch in general. In that regard, both putting caps in place, incentive programs, different scales or lower caps that can be put in place. And again, that's spoken to further down in the document. But one of the primary things that is certainly of most interest to panel members, to Yukon River stakeholders, is what's the impact? What is the impact? What effect is that bycatch having on stocks in the Yukon? And in particular, of interest to this group and to the panel is what is the specific impact for Canadian origin salmon stocks, both for Chinook and chum salmon. So that is an analysis that was developed by council staff through National Marine Fisheries Service in that regard. And what it's trying to do is translate those bycatch numbers into what's called an adult equivalency. Uses a modeling exercise to determine of that bycatch number, how many of those bycaught fish or salmon would have been returning in a given adult spawning year, the adult runs that are seen in rivers such as the Yukon. And unfortunately, this is almost verbatim information that was reported during last year's report, because that even at that time in 2021, last April, when this report was last published, the adult equivalent analysis had not been updated since 2017. So the most recent full calendar fishery year from the Pollock fishery, that adult equivalent and impact analysis had not been updated since 2017. That remains the case to this date. However, there's absolutely new information to report to the panel in that regard. There is action underway through council action and motions that were taken back in October to update that information. So go ahead and scroll down there, Tom. So again, bycatch background information. This is where there's several different bullets here and links for additional information. This speaks to both the management aspect of the council having oversight and regulatory responsibility for these fisheries, and where more information can be found with respect to the council's authorities and responsibilities, and the fishery management plans that are in place for the various fisheries, including groundfish in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands management area. Bycatch regulations specific to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish area and fisheries. There's two notable amendments there. You can see that in the the fourth and fifth bullets, Amendment 91 and Amendment 110. Amendment 91 is what I referred to earlier, is that's what lined out specific caps, two different types of caps, one a lower cap of bycatch specific to Chinook salmon in those fisheries, a lower cap if vessels submit what's called a performance plan, essentially, of how they're going to go about avoiding bycatch. And those vessels that don't submit that plan operate under a higher cap on that bycatch. Now, to date, I believe that all vessels and operators and participants in that fishery have submitted incentive plans or performance plans, so that it's predominantly operating on those lower catch levels because of their submissions. Subsequently, Amendment 110, a couple years later, was put into place, and what that is focused on is using an index of abundance of Chinook salmon from 3 specific locations within what's called the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim, or AYK region. So that includes the Yukon, but it's also what was the abundance of Chinook in the Kuskokwim River, what was the abundance of Chinook in the Yukon River, and what was the abundance of Chinook in Norton Sound. And it develops an abundance index and a threshold. So it essentially years of low abundance in those combined 3 systems of Chinook salmon, there is a lower cap. It triggers a lower bycatch cap on an annual basis. And for the last couple of years, the abundance, as I think we all know, of Yukon, but it's been the case for Kuskokwim and Norton Sound as well, that abundance has been below that threshold level, so that the fishery is being managed under that lower cap scenario in that regard. And that is the case currently as well. Keep scrolling down there, Tom. Again, there's a little bit more detailed description on the background of the impact and the adult equivalent analysis that I specifically mentioned. I won't go into too much detail there, but certainly folks can read through it themselves if they have questions when I complete my presentation or walk through here. Keep scrolling down there, Tom. Get mostly to the next page. That's good. Thank you. So this is where additional information that I referenced earlier about the AEQ analysis is contained. Action was taken by the council at the October 2021 meeting, so this past October, that specifically referenced those 4 bullet points, sub-bullet points, I guess, in that regard. And I'll go ahead and kind of read through these. So the council passed a motion to seek and request an updated Chinook bycatch impact analysis, the AEQ, for Western Alaska stocks caught in the Bering Sea Pollock fishery. This was last completed again for the 2017 season and will be updated with recent genetic stock composition data, scale and age samples from that fishery, and to inform age, sex, length keys along with updated run reconstruction estimates. So that is underway. I don't have a specific update on when the staff that are conducting that update will have it completed. When I last talked to Jim Murphy, he had heard that it may be available and presented to the panel at the upcoming June council meeting. And I'm seeing a nod that is the expectation. So that information, updated AQ analysis information, will be available and presented to the council at the June council meeting this coming June in that regard. Additionally, the council had recommendations on the best way to evaluate impacts of chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea Pollock fishery, specific to Western Alaska stocks. I think that's fairly apparent that that's in response to the recent year crashes, reductions in both summer and fall chum salmon in those Western Alaska stocks. And again, additional requests for the state to provide the council with a stock status update on those Western Alaska Chinook and chum salmon stocks in 2022. And then the intent to draft a letter to the Secretary of State to help identifying stock composition of salmon bycatch outside of U.S. waters. So we're talking, say, Russia, Japan, et cetera, outside of U.S. waters, and get additional information associated with bycatch from those fisheries. And certainly once that updated AEQ information is available, it will be presented with in this report in subsequent years. And that's the crux of it. There is some additional resources and links to other websites in that regard for folks to look at. And maybe very quickly, and then we can open the floor to questions and discussion. Go ahead and scroll down to the tables on the next pages. Thank you. So this is the tables I referred to. The first table is showing the actual bycatch numbers. It's broken down by the seasons, the Pollock fishery specifically, all fisheries, et cetera, in that regard. So you can see it goes back to 1991 up through the current 2021 fishery year. Go ahead and scroll to the next one, Tom. And this is the AEQ table that I referred to. So again, this is the one that hasn't been updated since 2017 in that regard. And as soon as that updated analysis is available, then this table and subsequent to next year's report will be updated to reflect that from, so it'll be 2018 through 2021, I think would be the expectation in that regard. So I'll stop there and open the floor to questions, comments from panel members. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So I was involved pretty heavily through the panel and through other entities many years ago when they were starting to develop some of the excluder nets and that sort of thing. Gave a lot of testimony from basically representing YRTFA. One of the things that I ran across, this is more informational, that I ran across when I was at those meetings was that, Tom, can you pull that last chart back up again, that last slide? Was that when you look at the adult equivalencies, you get a number of fish that would have returned that year, but then it gives a percentage. And unfortunately, one of the things that I worked hard to try and make people understand is that those percentages look incredibly small. Like, how can they reduce it any more than what it is? But what I attempted to try and do was point out the fact that say in 2017, when it was 777, I believe, adult equivalency, that actually ends up being a fairly large number on the Yukon River as far as what the impacts are of that. So, you know, when you're talking to a big organization, you're saying we're at, 0.66%, they're going to say, well, that's nothing. But when you look at what the actual real on the grounds impacts are to a fisheries like ours, that can be quite significant. One of the questions I would like to get answered, and it doesn't have to be answered now, is it would be really interesting to see that adult equivalency ASL, to know what size fish and what age fish they're considering as adult equivalent returns. And that might give us some insight into the quality and the size of those fish out in the marine environment that are being caught as bycatch. So I would like to see if that's available, for one, because I think that would be valuable information given our low returns. And then the other, in regards to what I was just speaking about, if you really look at 770 fish or 1,000 fish, in some of our discussions that we've been having this week, we're talking about small, very controlled harvests to subsistence users as a possible future way to rebuild our runs. And that number becomes even more substantial if that's being taken out of a very small amount of salmon that we are willing to harvest annually on both sides of the border for cultural purposes. So I just wanted to point those relationships to each other out to the panel And yeah, I guess finally, just to ensure that maybe if there is that ASL, I would love to see that information. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. I think that's a good suggestion. I'll talk with Jim about, I believe, yes, there's ASL information and how we might be able to incorporate that into subsequent year reports. So thank you for that. Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have two questions from the Canadian delegation meeting room, myself and Tim Gerberding. And so I'll just start because my question is fairly brief. And to provide a little bit of context, I know that initially the primary focus of this reporting to the Yukon River Panel was on Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks, for the obvious reasons that we've experienced some considerable declines over the last 2 decades or so now. And having a good understanding of what the proportional fate, if you will, of those Canadian origin Chinook salmon were in these bycatch fisheries was of relevance and interest to the panel. Given the situation that's emerging with fall chum salmon stocks, in particular Canadian origin stocks, would it be possible to request to receive an adult equivalency table for Canadian origin chum stocks as well? Acknowledging that provided that information is available, it could also, by extension, provide an indication of overall interception of Yukon River fall chum salmon, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that is the question that we all have and desire that we all have. Again, there hasn't been the same analysis conducted on what's termed as that non-Chinook, which predominantly chum. But given the council's recent motion and request for an update to the Chinook adult equivalency and impact analysis, I expect that is the interest that the council has as well in requesting actions and feedback on what information or analysis can be conducted on chum. I don't have quite the insight into whether or not it's going to be as a similar methodology as what was done for Chinook salmon along those lines. Again, I think it's waiting to hear from Council and National Marine Fisheries Service Council support staff on the tools, options, or methods available to address this same question on impacts. I think that's fundamentally the interest and concern that stakeholders have, obviously, and that the interest that the council has in that request for how best to address the non-Chinook or chum salmon bycatch that's occurring. And I think we're all waiting to hear how the council and council staff will come to the table with ideas on how best to address that. But I would be quite surprised if it wasn't something that was akin to trying to determine impacts on the chum salmon question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a very brief follow-up, would there be any benefit of having the Yukon River Panel co-chairs provide a letter of correspondence to the council requesting this information?
I'm not sure. I mean, it certainly can't hurt, but I think we could get maybe a better way to say it is I think we could get better and quicker engagement and response. First, we need to wait to hear what is reported out to the council on the chum question specifically in that regard. And that information functionally will be readily available. I think that correspondence is certainly possible, but whatever the council produces is maybe the best way to say it, can be readily and directly included in this kind of report, included in the JTC report on a regular, consistent basis. We don't need to request it, is maybe what I'm asking. Whatever is produced is going to be available and can be reproduced and contained in reports like this in the JTC report without question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Gerberding, please go ahead. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, very interesting presentation. Thank you for that. Yeah, just looking at table 1, a couple things kind of leap out here. Perhaps, Mr. Co-Chair, you can explain to us what is meant by A season and B season. And I'm looking particularly at the non-Chinook salmon bycatch, which I understand is primarily chum, but it's pretty clear that almost all of that bycatch occurs during what's called the B season. Could you explain what A season and B season means, please?
Apologies. Sure. And I do apologize that I am not a subject matter expert on this topic. I am wishing Jim was available to us right now, but I will do my best. And perhaps, Ellen, if you're available, is that a question that you have a quick answer to?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, so the A season is the winter season. I think it's primarily a roe fishery, but that is extends, I believe, from in December through April, and then the cutoff is somewhere in May, June is when the B season begins through about September. There's some fisheries after that. And if I could address Andy's question about ASL information that currently is being compiled into a database in ACFIN through Pacific States Marine Fisheries. And that will be matching, so it'll be individual age and length data for fish that have been genotyped. And currently, statisticians are writing code on the front end of that GUI graphic user interface in order to streamline the calculation of the AEQ model estimates. So the goal is to be able to, in the future, push a button and get a table produced on an annual basis. So current efforts are focused on Chinook, and then after that, we'll be switching over to chum salmon. And also Jimmy and Ellie is doing some spatial modeling, looking at spatiotemporal changes in size and age of Chinook samples from the bycatch, and I'm actually the one focused on the analysis of the chum, looking at changes in ASL trends over time and space. And that should be available, I would say, probably in the fall in terms of the ASL analysis.
Okay, thanks for that, Ellen. So I guess
Could
in
I-
the
so-
aim, go ahead, Tim, sorry.
Well, I was just saying, so yeah, thanks for that, Ellen, but so I'm understanding that the A season is more like a winter season fishery that is, you said a roe fishery, so that's focused on pollock roe, and B season is more of a summer season focusing on the flesh. Is that right, or am I misunderstanding that?
I'm sorry, through the chair, that's my understanding. I'm not an expert. That would be a really good question for Jim.
Okay, well, and it would be interesting to see the number of pollock that were caught during the A season and B season here too, to be able to, but I mean, again, I have very little understanding of this, but from the, very shallow look at the table here, it seems like, that there isn't a heck of a lot of bycatch for chum during the A season, but it's almost all coming in the B season. And so, again, don't quite understand that, but it also appears on the table, although there are some significant variations, so I don't want to leap to, big conclusions here, but it does appear that in more recent years, the bycatch of chum is certainly, on the average at least, increasing. So here, and I know there's all kinds of age classes, and so we have to be very careful about, making big assumptions here, but so in 2021, which was a year of record low Canadian origin chum escapements, we had a very significant bycatch of chum. And of course, those aren't the same age years and all, but I would agree with Andy and others that it would be really useful, and Steve, to see some of this analysis really expanded to include chum salmon, because it's clear that the original focus was on Chinook. But now, of course, we have this chum issue, and it would be nice to have a better understanding of the the impact of this bycatch of chum salmon on Canadian ocean stocks. So yeah, it'd be really great to have better information here. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. And I would say that in general, the way you describe the A and B seasons is how I understand it, essentially a winter/summer. But maybe to further expand on your question about the pollock harvest that's taken in those seasons as compared to say the salmon bycatch here, is that there's a guideline harvest level that's set for pollock every single year. And functionally in those A and B, that's going to be a different number. It's going to vary over time depending on the status of that pollock stock. But essentially those A and B seasons, that GHL is set for each of those seasons. Once that GHL is reached, then the fishery stops. And that, when it stops, and before the B season opens, essentially with an additional or new GHL for that component, that can be variable too. So depending on the size of the annual GHL, depending on how quickly the fleet harvests that GHL, can vary from year to year. And then again, that's broken down between the A and B seasons. Another quick point to make as well is that what you were getting at on the chum interest in question is that one of the topics that I know the council has been bearing in mind is that all the efforts focused on reducing and addressing Chinook salmon bycatch is trying to make sure that, by shifting away from Chinook bycatch in various ways, that you're not increasing, say, chum bycatch or bycatch of other species in that fishery. And now that we've seen the status and recent decline in chum salmon stocks, it's certainly what's driving the interest of the council to put a additional focus, not reducing focus on Chinook, but an additive focus on chum salmon to see what actions can be taken to address that. So I hope that that helps give a little additional context. And definitely some of the interest that you expressed and other members expressed in additional information, I'll talk with Jim about that and find a way we can maybe incorporate it into subsequent year reports, not just in this report, but also perhaps into the JTC report. Any additional questions from Mr. Co-Chair from your group there online?
Not at this point, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Virgil. Go ahead, Virgil.
What I'm curious about is where were the samples taken for the baseline on the Yukon is the first part of my question. I have a two-part question, and that's for both species. And then where are all the samples from the base that are in the baseline? Where did they come from? That's what I would like to know, to make sure that we're well represented in their baseline. And I know you probably don't have that answer, but maybe we could find out what that answer is and distribute it to all the panel members.
So Virgil, we're very fortunate, and I guess I'll have to do my introduction a little sooner, but we're very fortunate to have Dr. Katie Howard with us today. She will be our next presenter, and she is fortunately sitting next to me, so she does have an answer for you, Virgil. So go ahead, Katie, and introduce yourself maybe real quick.
Hi, Virgil. Yeah, my name's Katie Howard. I'm a fishery scientist with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I lead this newly created salmon ocean ecology program. The baseline, the genetic baseline that NOAA uses for assessing bycatch is the same baselines that we, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, have developed. And so we have all of the same genetic information from the Yukon that is incorporated into all of the genetic analyses that go on in the Yukon River as well. So it's the same information, the same stocks are being used for the baseline that's used for the Bering Sea bycatch analysis. Does that help?
That helps. I would actually like a little more I would actually like to see where those samples came from, whether you've got Tanana River stocks, whether you got the border stocks for the, Chandler and She and Jack for fall chum and for Chinook both, and whether there's any Koyukuk stocks, because especially like for summer chum. But anyway, I'd like to see that because I was shocked when I saw what the studies were, because I didn't really see that until a couple of weeks ago, and I was looking at it with the WASP study, the baseline for that, for the chum salmon for the Yukon, I thought was an insult myself personally, because they picked the smallest systems or some of the smallest systems in the whole drainage to for the baseline in the WASP study. Thank you. And it's good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Virgil. Andy, another question, comment?
Yes, thank you. I concur with Virgil. Nice to see you, Dr. Katie Howard. I'm wondering, is that white coat your doctor's coat? So following up, I just wanted to add a little bit more information for people, and I'm drawing from my memory on some of this, so forgive me if I'm a little bit off, but in regards to Tim Gerberdine's questions, one of the best tools that they developed in the Pollock fleet was the salmon excluders. And basically what they did is they designed nets, their trawl nets, to have basically like a window towards the top and the front of the net. And what they had studied and found out was that, salmon, king salmon, and some of these other fish being caught in the bycatch are mixed in with the pollock. So obviously they're being caught up in the trawl. But what they discovered is that king salmon in particular were much stronger swimmers than pollock. So what they would do, the captains would capture their trawl, and then they would slow down for a period of time, and the king salmon would work their way up to these windows and be able to move forward, swimming faster than the pollock in the trawl net, and escape through these windows. So that's the basic principle for the salmon excluders. The interesting thing is that the chum salmon aren't quite as strong as swimmers, so they have a much more difficult time releasing chum salmon without releasing pollock. So that's one of the challenges. And I think you were very astute at noticing the A and B seasons. And that was going to those meetings, that was a big debate amongst many of the trawl captains there as to the impacts of the A fisheries on Chinook and being shut down, and then going into the B season with their quotas. So, there was a lot of competition there and a lot of discussion about the A and B seasons. And yes, they are a fall and then a spring season, and each one targets either more Chinook or more fall chum. So that was always kind of the balancing act for the trawl fleet from my understanding and recollection of it. So I don't know if that helps at all, but it's always good for people to kind of understand what's going on out there. And there might still be archived in our Yukon River Panel archives. There were a number of presentations given to the pollock industry that showed videos of those nets working underwater, quite extensive development in that. So I think they've done a great job of reducing their bycatch, but I also think it's really important to stay on top of it and keep the pressure on, given our low returns at this time. So hope that helps informationally anyway, from what I can recall.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andy. I recall the same videos and about those excluder devices and the efforts that were made along those lines. So thanks for that. Next, we'll go to Ragnar, and then John, and then Ellen. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just want to clear up. So there was a mischaracterization of pollock A season as being a roe fishery. Along the lines of maybe what hearing was roe fisheries for pollock were were done away with by law in the 80s. What we have, the two main product forms for pollock in the A and B season are fillets. You go to McDonald's or Wendy's, your fish fillet is probably Alaskan pollock. And surimi, which is a protein base. If you go to Safeway, buy artificial crab or lobster, artificial, that's probably Alaskan pollock. So those are the two main products that from Alaska pollock, fillets and surimi. What you do have in A season is a byproduct of roe. Now, they're not out there fishing for roe. In fact, the roe prices have dropped drastically in the last, call it 15 years. But it's a byproduct. Pollock carrying roe, if the fishery wanted to target that roe, the areas that where the pollock are spawning are protected. For instance, the Boguslav Island is a protected, you can't go in there and drag. But I just wanted to point out that the product forms are fillets and surimi. The nature of the fishery in A season and in B season a little bit different. In A season, you're in the eastern Bering Sea up in the shallows. And as you go into B season, you move further out to the west along the break, the continental break there. But A season is largely where you get your, as it's shown here, where you get your snook bycatch. As you move into B season, chum bycatch. As you go too far into to B season, you start picking up snook again. But I just wanted to, there was a mischaracterization as this roe fishery. It's not, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that, Ragnar. And I guess I'm always pleased and impressed that recognizing that our members, they have more expertise than many of us on a lot of these fisheries. So thank you very much for that, Ragnar. Next we'll go to John. Go ahead, John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Maybe after Ellen, because my question is not related to, it's related to collection of data. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Go ahead, Ellen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let you know that I emailed you a link to the special publication that shows the locations of the chum salmon baseline for Western Alaska stocks. It's ADF&G publication number 12-26. So if members would like me to pass that on to them, feel free to email me, or now John and Caroline have a copy. And I appreciate Ragnar for clarifying the products from the A and B season. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ellen. Much appreciated. Go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. My question is on the summaries that the Yukon River Panel salmon and bycatch summary. In the future, it would be great if you can further break down the bycatch by nearshore and offshore fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yep, thank you, John. These are good suggestions, and we'll see what we can do. Again, engaging with Jim on trying to further refine the report that's provided. And again, maybe reiterating that this report evolved out of information that's contained in the JTC report. So it's something that could also be considered for inclusion, not just in this report, annual report to the panel, but additional information that members have interest in for inclusion in the JTC report as well. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Let's do a quick time check here, Mr. Chair. We're a little past the bottom of the hour. I think we will have time to for Dr. Howard to provide her presentation. I believe it's about 20 minutes long. I think it may generate discussion and questions beyond the noon timeline. So perhaps we can proceed with Dr. Howard's presentation. If we want to have some additional questions beyond the lunchtime, we can just proceed and maybe take a slightly later lunch, or we could stand down for a lunch break and then take things back up again when we return with some more Q&A. But if that sounds agreeable to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, let's proceed with the delivery of the presentation and then perhaps check in on conclusion to determine how best to move forward with respect to our lunch break, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Tom, go ahead and bring up the next presentation. And she's already been introduced, but Katie, as soon as you're ready, do feel free to proceed.
Thank you. Well, good morning. It's nice to see so many familiar faces after so long. Again, for people who don't know me, my name's Katie Howard. I'm a fishery scientist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I run this newly created salmon ocean ecology program, or what we lovingly refer to as SOAP. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about that program because it is pretty new. And also I've been asked to talk a little bit about what we currently understand about salmon competition at sea. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So as everyone here is aware, we have thousands of years of knowledge of salmon in our rivers. We have a lot of infrastructure and research that goes on in our rivers, but what we know about salmon in the oceans is much more limited. So about a year ago, Alaska Department of Fish and Game initiated this new program to try to address that, try to address our deficiency in understanding of what's happening with our salmon in the ocean. And so right now, the Salmon Ocean Ecology Program, or SOAP, consists of 3 staff members, which isn't a lot for the entire state of Alaska, but it's myself, the AYK marine biologist, which is Sabrina Garcia, who I think many of you know. She and Jim Murphy present to the panel pretty regularly on research done in the Northern Bering Sea. And we also now have a fishery biologist too, Ben Gray. Some of you may know him. He used to be the assistant manager on the Kuskokwim. So we have 3 people who have a pretty good history, working history of working in the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim region and understanding some of the information needs for the region. And really our goals for this program are to understand the marine life of Alaskan salmon, to try to use some of this information to assist with fishery management decision-making. So those are things like forecasting tools, and to help answer some of the most pressing questions about what's happening in the ocean that may be affecting the number of salmon that are returning to our rivers. So because there are only 3 of us right now, we're focused a lot on building capacity and collaborations with other entities. We are supporting marine research programs, those led by ourselves and our partners, and working to fill some of the most important information gaps that we have for our salmon in the ocean. If you can, so the next few slides, I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the specific research projects we have going on right now. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So there are 2 long-standing programs that we have that assess salmon in the ocean. And so I think many of you are familiar with the Northern Bering Sea survey that Jim and Sabrina have talked to you about before. So that survey occurs in this map. That's those black dots. Those are the stations where we conduct that survey. And that survey is geared towards assessing juvenile Yukon River and Norton Sound salmon stocks. NOAA started that survey in 2002, and ADF&G has been a partner on that survey since about 2009. So one of the big things we get out of that survey is that we're able to forecast Yukon River Chinook salmon up to 3 years into the future, which is pretty unique. You know, most forecasting tools can only look into the next year ahead. We've also developed some forecasting for pink salmon going to Norton Sound and the Yukon River combined. And we are currently developing some efforts to try to understand Yukon River fall chum salmon. So to try to do some forecasting there. And I believe Sabrina talked about that a little bit at the last panel meeting. The other project we have is called the Southeast Alaska Coastal Ecosystem Monitoring Program, or SECM. And in the orange inset box, that shows you where the SECM survey is. So that's focused on juvenile salmon in Southeast Alaska. That was initiated by NOAA in 1997, and that also includes a partnership with ADF&G. And the main thing, a management tool that comes out of that is a forecast for pink salmon commercial harvest for the next year. And that project is also looking towards trying to develop out the forecasting tools for other salmon species as well. If you can move to the next slide, please. So there are three really important things that we get out of these surveys. They provide the only long-term marine salmon monitoring that's currently available for Alaskan salmon in the ocean. And that includes, when I say Alaskan salmon, that also includes Canadian origin Yukon salmon. These projects also help us identify what life stages are most important for determining whether future run sizes will be good or poor. And we can use these data to accurately forecast runs up to 3 years into the future. In terms of understanding what is occurring in the ocean that may be causing poor productivity, which we often think of in terms of future run size, these surveys have been a game changer. We have clear and direct evidence that for Chinook salmon from the Yukon River and for pink salmon from the northern Bering Sea and Southeast Alaska, whatever is causing good or bad future runs is occurring very early in their life before their first winter at sea. Can you go to the next slide, please? Some other ongoing projects that we are supporting include a southern Bering Sea survey. So that's shown in this map in red. This project's modeled after the Northern Bering Sea survey, but it's focused on juvenile Chinook salmon from the Kuskokwim River and Bristol Bay. So right now, this has just been a feasibility project to date. And moving forward, we're looking to find some funding to support this work, as well as a larger vessel that's capable of doing this work. Now, while we're at sea conducting these and other surveys, we occasionally catch salmon sharks. And Sabrina initiated this salmon shark tagging program, where we're tagging salmon sharks that we opportunistically catch with satellite transmitting tags that can help us understand their behavior and their migration patterns for up to 3 years. And so this is helping us understand salmon sharks, which are a salmon predator, how they overlap in space and time with salmon. Can you go to the next slide, please? So how we're pursuing the goals of SOAP include new collaborations and partnerships with other agencies, universities, and other entities, and actively seeking grant funding to support the research that fills these data gaps. So we don't actually have state funding to support all of the different research that we're talking about. We have to go out and find grant funds to do it. But that's part of the reason why we're working with other entities to do this work. So one of the projects that we're continuing to try to get some funding for is supporting some of the laboratory analyses for the Pan-Pacific International Year of the Salmon expedition that was mentioned earlier. All three of us went out earlier this winter on the US ship, the Shimada, and we surveyed in that center box that you see on the figure in the lower left-hand corner. And that's part of this really big effort to try to survey across the entire North Pacific, almost the entire North Pacific, because that's where salmon go. They go pretty far and wide after they leave the rivers. And so it really takes a big effort with a lot of entities, US, Canada, Japan, Korea, and Russia, all working together to survey such a large area. If you can click again, please. So we also are working with experts who specialize in understanding marine food webs and how species interact. And this will help us examine the role of competition in a changing environment on our chum salmon stocks. And we're specifically looking at effects on Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim chum salmon. Next, please. We are partnering with specialty experts at NOAA, USGS, and Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, or YRDFA, to understand how diet and nutrition in the ocean, along with stress of increasing river temperatures, may be affecting Chinook salmon to the Yukon River along their spawning migration. So YRDFA is helping us engage local people in research and learn from local and traditional knowledge holders on the Yukon River. And together we hope to combine these different kinds of knowledge, as well as knowledge from the ocean all the way up to the spawning grounds, to develop a more complete picture of what is going on with Yukon Chinook salmon that's causing this poor production year after year after year. Next, please. We are also working with NOAA and university researchers to use all the available information we have on Chinook salmon behavior and marine conditions to see if we can create these daily predictive models of Chinook salmon hotspots. So locations where we expect more Chinook salmon to be. And our hope is that marine fisheries that incidentally catch Chinook salmon unintendedly and don't want to, like in Bycatch, can use this to help avoid Chinook salmon when they're fishing. Next. And then we're also working with university experts to see if we can use salmon bony structures, so bony parts of salmon like their vertebrae, and these can act like chemical time capsules that teach us about the marine life of salmon without needing all of the expense, all of the infrastructure of the really big surveys in the ocean, like we've done in the International Year of the Salmon Winter Expedition. So we are a new program and we are a small program, and clearly we have a lot of work to do, but we are looking for additional partnerships and to continue working collaboratively with other entities to try to do the best we can for understanding the life of salmon in the ocean. If you could go to the next slide, please. So I mentioned at the beginning of the talk that SOAP is really intended to provide information on the marine life of salmon that can help inform management decisions. And so part of my job, as I see it, is to try to summarize what's known about some of the topics that are of interest from other researchers as well as our own research, and to try to summarize it in as unbiased and open-minded way as possible and share that with decision makers like the Yukon River Panel. Sometimes there's clear scientific advice that I can give based on this review, and sometimes it's less clear. Now the topic of salmon competition at sea is a little bit less clear, and that's because if you ask 3 different scientists to come talk to you about this topic, you might get 3 really different perspectives. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is because this topic is one of intense debate within the salmon scientific community. There are many opinions about salmon competition at sea from individual scientists, but not an agreed upon opinion of the scientific community at large. Just like I'm sure probably exists with everybody in this meeting today, there are a lot of diverse perspectives. Some very bold statements are being made in the scientific literature on either side of the issue with a lot of gray area in between. I pulled out just a few quotes to exemplify how polarized the debate is. On one side, we see statements that pink salmon in particular are responsible for a resource vacuum that has a destabilizing effect on the ecosystem. And on the other side, these kinds of statements are seen as fantasies or absurd. So it's really different perspectives. And I think the one quote many people can agree on is the one in the middle, that the potential for food resources to limit salmon production across the North Pacific continues to be vigorously debated. If you can go to the next one. So in general, the scientific literature on salmon competition between different species at sea falls into 4 categories. And I want to make really clear that I'm only talking about that work that's published in English written journals. A lot of Asian scientists publish their work in non-English written journals, and North American scientists usually don't have access to that information just because of the language barriers. So this is just what is done primarily by North American scientists. So in English written journals, we see these suites of papers that are focused on diet overlap and diet shifts. And they use a variety of methods to investigate which species and stocks have the most similar or dissimilar diets and the highest or lowest likelihood for potential for competition. Next. We see suites of papers that in one form or another look at the relationship in the abundance, productivity, or survival trends in species that might compete with one another. So these are investigating whether one species is in a poor phase at the same time as another species is in a strong phase. Next. We also see suites of papers that are focused on growth with the assumption that growth is directly related to survival. In these, higher abundance of a competitor species is associated with lower growth of another species. Next. The last group of papers we see are those that associate competitor abundance patterns with the age at maturity, where higher abundance of a competitor species is associated with earlier maturity of another species. And typically, when we look across all of these different categories, typically the evidence that salmon diets overlap, which is shown in category 1 papers, is suggested as the evidence that competition is possible. And then the categories 2 through 4 papers are presented as the evidence that competition between salmon species is occurring with serious negative consequences. And it's really the nature of the methods for these category 2 through 4 research papers that's where the debate is really occurring. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. So the primary arguments made on both sides are scientifically valid, but for those who are convinced that the observed patterns in Pacific salmon abundance, survival, and size are clearly due to competition at sea between salmon species, they argue that direct assessment or experimental studies in large marine ecosystems are incredibly difficult, and so indirect evidence is necessary, and it can be considered sufficient because very similar patterns are consistently found across multiple situations. These perspectives largely focus on interactions only between salmon species. And in these perspectives, there's often a focus on pink salmon with the view that the 2-year life cycle of a pink salmon provides a natural experiment that can be leveraged for analysis. And this perspective largely draws from English written journals and North American research approaches. Next. So for those who are not convinced that this suite of research successfully demonstrates that the observed patterns in Pacific salmon is caused by competition at sea between salmon species, they point to a reliance on indirect evidence as being a weakness. They point out that studies that encounter a lack of relationship are often ignored by researchers or are not published. And in science, we call this confirmation bias, and it's known to exist in all scientific research. So it's not specific to this kind of research. They consider the focus only upon competition between salmon species as short-sighted and ignores the role of other non-salmon competitors in the marine ecosystem. They point out that while salmon are very important to humans, their importance as predators in the marine ecosystem is small when considering other species with similar diets, such as pollock, cod, or herring. They argue that not enough has been done to rule out alternative explanations for the correlations that are observed. For example, we do see 2-year life cycles for some other species like squid. And as I alluded to earlier, there is a disconnect between the kinds of data and perspectives of North American scientists and those of Asian scientists. Both Japan and Russia have a really long tradition of doing these large marine surveys. And so they have a lot of data to draw from to conduct analyses where they're looking specifically from observations of what salmon are doing in the ocean. In contrast, in North America, we don't generally have a lot of large marine surveys, and certainly not over the decades that have been done by the Japanese and Russian researchers. And so you tend to see more analyses that are based on models that use indirect evidence to look at competition between salmon species. So the reliance on very different tools leads scientists to very different perspectives and conclusions. Next, please. So how can we move forward when there are such polarized perspectives in the scientific community? One thing we can do is to address the arguments head on by filling data gaps and evaluating some of the assumptions. A major point of contention in the debate is about how much we should rely on indirect evidence that is essentially based on correlations. But there is some good guidance on when we can consider correlations strong evidence for causing the patterns we see, and those are shown here. For the most part, the literature on salmon competition at sea relies heavily on the second criteria here. And there is a consistency and pattern across multiple situations that has been seen across many different studies. But there's more we can do to address all these other criteria and provide more clarity for how heavily we should weigh these correlations. We can investigate competing explanations, for which several have been proposed but haven't been studied very well. This would either rule them out or elevate them as more probable. We can also gather more direct observations for North American salmon, like in the surveys that I've talked about, the Northern Bering Sea Survey, the International Year of the Salmon Survey. Next, please. Oh, and again, yeah, thank you. So our first steps in trying to address these include 2 investigations. You know, I mentioned earlier that we participated in the International Year of the Salmon Winter Expedition. And winter is the time of year when we expect competition between salmon species to be the highest, because that's when the food availability is the lowest. So we're taking some of the samples that we collected on these IYS surveys, and we're trying to get some funding to pay for some laboratory work. Again, working with those experts who specifically study marine food webs. And our hope is to look at how AYK salmon in particular are overlapping in space and in diets with other species and stocks, and including non-salmon species. The other major effort we're working towards that will help inform the debate is an improved statewide abundance estimates for all Alaskan salmon. So this will be done in parallel with similar efforts from other Pacific salmon states and nations under the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission. There has been some pioneering work by Greg Ruggiero and Jim Irvine, who developed the estimates of how the abundance of different salmon species in the ocean at any given time. So that's what most of the North American competition studies use to understand how many fish are in the ocean at any one time. And so the hope is that if we can help improve those estimates of how many fish are in the ocean, that it will help enhance these and other analyses. Next, please. We can also leverage a broader understanding of the marine life of particular salmon stocks to help us evaluate the likelihood of different factors, like the effects of hatchery competition, for being the main cause of decline in abundance of those stocks. Next. So for example, thanks to the marine surveys in the northern Bering Sea that I discussed earlier, we know that future run size of Yukon River Chinook salmon is determined before the end of their first summer at sea. So whatever is driving abundance of Yukon River Chinook is happening before their first winter in the ocean and not during later marine stages. Next. We also know that the early marine life of Yukon River Chinook occurs in nearshore waters of the northeastern Bering Sea. Next. We also know the locations of active salmon hatcheries across the North Pacific Ocean, and those are shown by these triangles. Of all the salmon stocks in Alaska, Yukon salmon are among those the furthest from any of these hatcheries during their early life through juvenile stage. And that's with the exception of the Chinook salmon that are produced by the Whitehorse Rapids Fish Hatchery in Canada. Next. So abundant hatchery species like chum salmon do inhabit offshore waters of the central and southern Bering Sea in summer months, but they're still very distant from Yukon River juvenile Chinook rearing habitat. Next. Hatchery pink salmon stocks are not believed to use the Bering Sea habitat. Next. Because we know the abundance of adult runs is determined by the end of the juvenile stage, and because it's extremely unlikely that fish from these distant hatcheries would overlap in space with juvenile Yukon River Chinook salmon, then it's also unlikely that these hatchery fish impact the abundance of Yukon River Chinook salmon returning to the river. And this is merely an example to illustrate how we can leverage this broader understanding of the marine life of different salmon stocks to evaluate the weight of evidence for particular stocks being adversely impacted by competition with hatchery fish at sea. Next, please. So thank you for your time. We do hope to have more information to share in the future as the Salmon Ocean Ecology Program builds momentum. And in addition to answering questions today, I can also be reached through this email address. We do also have a Facebook page where we try to provide updates on some of the new findings that we're getting through this research. And that's a really long URL. It's not very easy to remember. So we do have these stickers for anyone here who wants one that has the URL on it. And maybe, I don't know, Mr. Co-Chair, if we can send some up to Canada as well.
Yes, I certainly think that can be accommodated. Thank you very much, Dr. Howard. Excellent presentation, a lot of information, and I imagine there's a lot of questions and interest from our members. So, Mr. Co-Chair, maybe just to check in with you quickly, would it be okay for us to proceed with a couple of questions for now, chewing in a little bit into our lunchtime, and then see if we might want to take a break and when we reconvene after lunch to continue any questions that panel members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's proceed for about 15 minutes and then check back again, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sounds good. I guess first we have John Lamont. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs. Thank you, Dr. Howard, for an excellent presentation. Very complicated. Three quick comments. You stated the first year the juvenile salmon aren't making it out to the further out to the marine waters or something similar to that. Maybe I didn't understand that. The second is slide 9. Item 3, competition. My unofficial research over the years looking at the sockeye runs in Bristol Bay versus the Chinook runs on the Yukon. When there's low numbers of sockeye, there's high numbers of Chinook for some reason. And when there's high numbers of sockeye, there's low numbers of Chinook on the Yukon anyways. So, I mean, there may be nothing there, but that's just something I've had an interest in. And the last item is, can our scientists translate the foreign research or? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, through the chair. Those are great questions. The first one, and maybe I can word it a different way and be a little clearer. So whatever, we know that run size, really the magnitude of what we should expect to come back is defined by September of their first year in the ocean. So anything happening in later marine life, that's not really moving the dial with how big the runs are going to be. And this is for Chinook specifically. So it could be freshwater factors, it could be very early marine factors. There are a few things we're looking into, but it's really something happening very early in the life of the fish that's really kind of determining, are we going to see good runs in the future or bad runs in the future? And the second question was, I might need to you to ref. Yeah. So, and we see some different patterns between different stocks where, you know, it appears that there could be something going on there. I will say that for, there's some differences in the life of sockeye and Chinook that maybe make it so that they're unlikely to be competing with each other. They tend to eat different things. So Chinook, they're all willing to eat whatever will fit in their mouths, but Chinook tend to focus more on other fish and squid. And sockeye eat a more varied diet. They'll eat more invertebrates, so you know, krill and that sort of thing. And then sockeye, so Yukon Chinook spend pretty much their entire marine life in the Bering Sea, and sockeye move between the Bering Sea and the North Pacific Ocean. So it's something worth looking into, but there's some reasons why they might not be competing as well. And then the last one was about translating. So as you're probably aware, scientists don't talk like normal people. And so scientific literature is really hard to translate between languages because translators can't understand what the scientists are saying. So that's a big part of the problem. Thank you.
Good chuckle. So Japanese jargon, scientific jargon is different than the US jargon? Is that what you're saying? Or we just don't know? Okay. Next we'll go, I guess, to Mr. Co-Chair. I imagine you have some questions from your group, so we'll go there, and then Eric, and then Virgil. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question from Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. John's question was somewhat similar to mine, but not exactly the same. So, yeah, I want to understand, you know, this very important statement, future run size of Yukon River Chinook determined before the end of their first summer at sea. So you say that with it seems to me, some degree of confidence. Is that because, you know, there's a very direct correlation between whatever those numbers are at the end of their first summer and what returns? So in other words, you know, if they're around at the end of the first summer of sea, there's a fairly high probability that X percent will be going up the river. I mean, what's that based upon, your confidence in that statement?
To the chair, yeah, and I should preface it that most of that is based on our understanding using the Northern Bering Sea survey data. So that's for the past 20 years or so. So it's possible that something else was going on prior to 20 years ago. But within the past 20 years, what we see is a very stable survival, year to year to year, very stable survival from that juvenile stage to the adult returns. But what we see is not very stable survival between the number of spawners and the number of juveniles that we see in 2 years later. And so that's really the key, is having that, you know, not just the number of spawners and the number of adult returns, but having that one point in the middle where we can say, okay, how much is occurring before that point and how much is occurring after that point. It just helps us parse out where in the life, at what point in their lives is most of the variability occurring for good or bad productivity.
Okay, well, that's really interesting. Thanks for that. And how then do you begin to understand better, you know, what it is that happens, you know, before that end of their first summer at sea? I mean, so that's where the real variability is. How then do you begin to hone in on that and determine exactly what the, you know, most important factors are there?
Thank you. And that's also a tough question. We have a number of research projects that we're trying to get into the works that will try to look at a number of factors and see if that's contributing. I mentioned one of the projects that we're doing with URDFA and USGS and NOAA and others is looking at whether or not the fish are coming back from the ocean with poor nutrition, because that may be happening, that they're just, the adults are returning, but they're not returning with as much fat or the right nutrients to make it all the way up the river, because it's a really long river. And if on top of that, stress because of heat or ichthyophonus or other things happening on the spawner or on the returning adults are making it so that either they're not making it to the spawning grounds, or even if they do, they're leaving eggs that don't have the right nutrients to survive for an entire year on their own, because they need everything they're going to get is in the yolk that for them to survive for a whole year. So that's one of the projects we're working on to try to see if maybe it's a combined marine and freshwater effect. And part of the reason why we think that could be the case is because we see higher production of juveniles, so more juveniles per spawner, when they're or I should say, let me back up, we see lower production of juveniles, fewer juveniles per spawner when the river is particularly warm in the spawning year, or when there's low river discharge, low river flow in the spawning year. And so that's for all Yukon River stocks, and it's also for Canadian origin stocks.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Katie, on that. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Katie, for your presentation and your work. I find this very interesting as a panel member. I'm curious. I know in the last 5-6 years we've seen a lot of die-offs of again, seabirds, crab washing up on beaches. For example, in Norton Sound, krill or shrimp washing up in Norton Sound. I've also, I got Facebook, by the way, and I see that a lot of villages along the coastline are struggling, not only as salmon, but now tomcods are kind of disappearing too, up and down from Nelson Island, Merkoyak, on up to Norton Sound. And I'm also curious because found close to shore and sometimes in the creeks and streams along the coastline too. And those seem to be disappearing also. So my question is, on your Northern Sea surveys, are you seeing a decline also in tomcods? But I find this year one ocean information, I'd like to see more follow-up in the future.
Through the chair, we do collect information on all of the pelagic fish species that we see. I'd have to go back and look at the data for tomcat. Yeah. So we do have that. I just don't have it off the top of my head, but I'll look at it.
Thank you, Eric. Virgil, and maybe go ahead with your question, Virgil. Maybe we'll take a break after we address that. Go ahead, Virgil.
Thank you. Katie, this year, when they did the ASL on the fish that they did ASL on, and I guess a few, not many, in the test fishery at the lower, down by the mouth, but the ones that pilot, that all three species, the Chinook, the chum, and the coho, all of them were record small fish. And so what I'm wondering about is, part of my family were farmers. When I was a kid, I used to go be on the farm, and they only, they knew how many animals they could have on their land that the land would support. And so all these fish that came back small, and you just a minute ago said that they might not be making it because they're not getting the right nutrition. But so my question is this: there's a combination of things. I think the productivity has went down in the marine environment, but along with the productivity going down, then that means that they probably, because some of the food value is not as good as it was, they need to eat more of it, but there's just too many fish for the amount of mouths to feed. And that is why they're coming back small and maybe don't have the nutrition, like you just said a while ago, that gets put into the eggs so that they'll make it all the way up. Like we had roughly 30,000 missing Chinook salmon between Pilot and the border, that maybe that could be because of the competition in the marine environment for groceries. That's it for that question.
Virgil, I'm sorry, was that a question or?
Yes, that was a question. I gave an explanation first of why I asked the question.
Okay.
The question is pretty simple. Do you think that there's just too many mouths out there to feed for the available food supply? That's why we have all these problems.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Virgil. I think that's an important question to investigate, and that's why we're doing this study with the samples that we're getting from the International Year of the Salmon expedition, so that we can directly ask that question specifically for AYK chum. I will say that one of the things that is kind of confounding all of this is, everybody heard about the blob in the North Pacific a few years ago. There wasn't as much discussion in the media about the marine heat wave in the Bering Sea. And that occurred from 2016 to 2019. And that's exactly the time frame when we started seeing these chum that just weren't these juvenile chum that just weren't their energy density, what we call the energy density, so the amount of fat they've packed on before their first winter at sea, that just kind of went way downhill with those warmer waters. So that's certainly a part of it, because when water's warm, their metabolism goes up, so they need to eat more. And also the food base changes when the Bering Sea went through this warming period. And what we've seen is that because that marine heat wave was so intense and so big and lasted so long, it's taking a lot longer for the Bering Sea ecosystem to reset itself. And so, you know, the food just is starting to get back to what it used to be, but it's still a little bit different than what it was before the marine heat wave. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
Okay, thank you. I have one other quick question, and that is, when these Chinook salmon are emerging out of the Yukon, you know, smolting, and getting into the Bering Sea, we don't know whether they actually made it there and there's just not as many of them got to the Bering Sea, or whether something's happening to them right after they get to the Bering Sea. Do you or not?
We don't know yet. So that's still part of what we need to figure out, is how much of what we're seeing is happening in freshwater and how much is the first few weeks to months in the ocean. Or it could be a combination of the two, but those are the next steps, is to figure that out.
Okay, thank you. We may as well go eat lunch, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Virgil and Katie. Again, I think we'll go ahead and take a break here now. I imagine there might be some questions, and perhaps folks get a little food in their bellies, and those questions will arise. I want to check in with Katie. Would you be able to stay for this afternoon for a little bit? Yeah. Excellent. So will Mr. Co-Chair, if it's agreeable to you, perhaps we would still go ahead and proceed with our 1 hour lunch break, and then maybe a little over that, and anticipate reconvening at 1:30 Alaska time. I guess that would be 2:30 Yukon time. Is that agreeable to you, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, let's reconvene at 2:30 Yukon time, 1:30 Alaska time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. We will see everybody then. Thank you. So welcome back to after our lunch break in the beginning of our afternoon session, the Yukon River Panel. When we broke before lunch, we were going through some questions and comments and good discussion with Dr. Katie Howard on the presentation that she provided in marine research and assessment programs. We will continue to do some question and answer from panel members with respect to that presentation while we have Dr. Howard available to us. And with that, Ragnar Ahlstrom, I think you had a question. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Howard, and this question is in regards to competition for food among some salmon. And this from obviously someone without any training or anything like that. But when I look at the some salmon composition in the Pollock fisheries in the Bering Sea, it appears to me that the incidence or the composition of the Asian stocks, Japanese and Russian, on a percentage basis are increasing. And in my mind, whether they're Asian or US stocks, some salmon will eat, whether some salmon are eating. Is your study tracking this? Are there getting more Asian, whether Russian or Japanese chums in the Bering Sea compared to the overall? Thank you.
Yeah, Ragnar. Yes, there are pretty large chum salmon hatchery programs in Japan and Russia, and there's been a bit of an increase in the release of chum salmon over the past decade or so. It hasn't dramatically changed in the most recent years, but overall there has been an increase in the abundance of the releases of those. We don't have as good of information on the abundance of, say, Russian wild stocks in Kamchatka area. So we know less about the patterns in those. The one thing I can say is that the reports, when we talk with our colleagues from other countries, the reports that we've been getting in 2020 and 2021 is that everybody saw declines in their chum salmon returns in those years. And so it just happened to be even more pronounced in Western Alaska than some of the other locations. But, Canada, US, lower 48, and Japan and Russia all reported similarly poor runs in those years.
Maybe a quick follow-up on that same question, then we'll go to Andy. Has that been, I guess, clarified between wild chum salmon stocks, Pacific rim wide, and hatchery stocks? Was there similar poor returns of hatchery stocks as well?
Yes, that's true for both wild and hatchery chum salmon. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Andy, go ahead, and then we'll go to Mr. Co-Chair's group, but Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. I guess I'd like to follow up on a few of the other questions. In regards to that first year mortality, I just wanted to clarify in my head, is that something that you're seeing in from the point of entry into saltwater, or are you saying it's also potentially freshwater in river mortality? If you could clarify that for me, I was just kind of wrestling around. So essentially, is it year one when king salmon are in the Yukon River still, or is it year two as they enter into the marine environment?
Yeah, at this point in time, we don't really have the data to be able to say for sure if it's freshwater or very early marine. We know it's happening sometime between when we're measuring the number of spawners that make it to the spawning grounds and when we see juveniles in September of their first year in the ocean. It could be freshwater and it could be early marine. It could be a combination of the two. And that's sort of the next steps in the research, is to try to piece that out, try to figure out what exactly is going on. Is it something happening during the adult spawning stage? Is it something happening during the egg stage, the fry stage, the smolt stage, or the very early marine stage? So that's where we're going with this research. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. And a quick follow-up. Thank you for including the slides on hatchery and hatchery productions. That was probably for my benefit, given my interest in hatchery production and its impacts. I guess that demonstrates that there isn't a sibling or a fry-to-fry relationship in competition for food, but I guess what Ragnar was also just inquiring about, could that increased production out in the marine environment by adults be part of the problem? But it sounds like they're not eating necessarily the same things. So is the general consensus that it's probably more driven by water temperatures and the changing marine environment rather than enumeration? Or is there any, I'm sure there's discussion on both sides, but if you could maybe give us your opinion on what might be the driving factor there.
Yeah, speaking for Chinook specifically, the immature chum salmon that we see in the Bering Sea, they're seasonally in the Bering Sea, so they're in the summer months. And they're more offshore than where the juveniles are. And so we don't expect an interaction there at the juvenile stage. But that's for abundance. You know, it is possible that there's an effect on growth. That's certainly been something that some people have talked about. And with the data that I talked about from the Northern Bering Sea, we can't rule out that that's a possibility. But in terms of the numbers of fish that come back, it certainly seems to be something happening earlier. Did I fully answer that question, or was there part of it that I missed?
Yeah, no, yes, that does answer it. That helps clarify. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you and Jim and Ms. Garcia do. I think it's been a game changer here on the Yukon River. I think everybody recognizes that, but I just wanted to say that I think the work that you guys are creating and the models that you've created have really changed how we can forecast and with certainty. So very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andy. And maybe one quick comment. I think you're correct, Andy, that the hatchery component of the presentation, I know for me, was definitely in mind and of interest to the full panel. But Dr. Howard actually initially developed this presentation for our Board of Fisheries Hatchery Committee. That's when it was first given. Obviously it's of interest to this group, and I knew it would be. So I mentioned that specifically to recognize that this is a topic of interest, not just amongst the panel, not just in AYK, but throughout the state of Alaska, inclusive of our Board of Fisheries. So it is something under significant consideration and discussion as we move along here. Mr. Co-Chair, your group, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a question from Canadian panel member, Mr. Tim Gerberding. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Howard, I understand that you've been looking at juvenile Chinook in the Bering Sea for the last 20 years. Have you noticed any changes in size of those juveniles? Are these the same juveniles you were seeing 20 years ago, or are they somewhat smaller perhaps? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And what we see a lot of times in these really warm years is we actually see more large juveniles, either because they're migrating out earlier because there's ice breakout earlier, and so they're a little bit larger by the time we see them, or they're just able to grow a little bit faster because of the warmer water. And the fish that return from those years where we see large juveniles, more of them are returning earlier. So they're returning as jacks, as age 3 and 4 fish. And it's still not a huge proportion of them, but it's more than it used to be. Yes.
Did you have a follow-up, Tim?
No, that's it. No, lots of interesting stuff here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. John Lamont, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Dr. Howard, have this population of belugas increased in the near shore waters at the mouth of the Yukon and the Delta?
That's another great question. And as far as I know, we don't have a good abundance estimate for the beluga populations in Northwest Alaska. That's or any whales really. That's just an area where we need to get some more information. Yeah.
Virgil, go ahead.
Yeah, I know that Dick Wilmot, who was doing the genetics when we were back in the 90s, when we were negotiating the treaty, that he found in the trial bycatch chums from the Diepack hatchery in Juneau and the trial bycatch. Have you found many hatchery chums from either Prince William Sound or Southeast Alaska in the the sampling that you guys are doing?
So in the juvenile salmon surveys, we're mostly catching juveniles. We're not really catching any of the older fish. The juveniles are really just Western Alaska juveniles. If you get closer to the Bering Strait, then you run into some juvenile Asian chum, probably from Kamchatka area of Russia. But we don't, that's just too far to travel for some of the Gulf of Alaska salmon as juveniles. But certainly as immature fish, the next year, the next summer, they will come into the Bering Sea. But mostly the immature chum salmon are more offshore, and they're more in the southern Bering Sea, their distribution.
Okay, thank you. I should have, I wasn't using my brain. It was Ragnar's question caused me to ask that question when he asked about the competition with the Asian fish. What I read on the computer, I think last spring, where actually the Japanese have reduced their production or their releases somewhat because they weren't getting as many fish back. The percentage of fish coming back had went down, and so they had cut back some on their production. Do you know anything about that? And the reason given was because they figured there was too many fish for the environment. Is why their numbers coming back had decreased.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I know their production went down a little bit, after the disaster with Fukushima, just because they, that put things in a bind. But I'm not sure about an intentional decrease in production of hatchery fish associated with the idea of competition at sea. I can look into that for you.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Well, thank you very much for coming today. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Virgil. Any additional questions, comments from panel members? Okay, seeing none. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Howard. Much appreciated. I'm sure many folks are glad to see you and are glad to know that you're still heavily involved and engaged in this topic. We certainly look forward to hearing from you and other colleagues from the SOAP program and otherwise in future years. We appreciate you taking the time to join us today. And please feel free, if you have the time, because we know you're extremely busy. If you'd like to join us through the rest of the day, you'd be welcome to do so. Thanks. So with that, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. This will be another presentation, as I had alluded to and mentioned a couple times over the course of our meeting. This presentation will be from Carl Pfisterer. He's our Department of Fish and Game regional sonar biologist. And he'll be giving a presentation to the panel that focuses on this question that's been on the panel's mind for many years running now, of that difference between estimates between Pilot Station and the Eagle sonar projects. So I guess just a quick check. Carl, are you online and ready to go?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure can. You're coming loud and clear, Carl. And I guess, Tom, as soon as you can get the presentation up and running. Carl, the floor is yours.
Okay, as John said, my name is Carl Pfisterer. I'm the AYK Regional Sonar Coordinator, and I oversee the sonar projects on both the Yukon and Kuskokwim. And today I'm going to talk about the difference in the estimates between the Chinook passage observed at Pilot Station and Eagle the past 3 summers. But first, before I do, I want to provide an overview of the operations at Pilot Station sonar project to provide some context for the rest of the discussion. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Pilot Station Sonar project is located on the Yukon River about 110 miles, which about 177 kilometers upriver of the mouth from on the Bering Sea. The project is about a mile or 1.6 kilometers from upriver of the community of Pilot Station. And the width of the river at this area is about 700 meters to about almost 1.5 kilometers across, depending upon where you're measuring. And then the exact location. So this slide here shows the location of the project with the bottom bathymetry at the site. Some things of note, just upriver of the site, there is a sandbar, and then you can see that the thalweg is fairly deep. It's about 30 meters deep. Next slide, please. The Pilot Station Sonar project estimates the passage of salmon and other species through the site through a two-component process, both sonar and test fishing. Next slide. The sonar produces estimates of fish passage by expanding counts over 24 hours, and then the test fishing program calculates a catch per unit effort, which is adjusted by the probability of capture. You see the selectivity curves there to produce the species composition. The daily sonar estimates are multiplied by the species proportions to give daily estimates by species. Next slide. And the project also collects genetic samples from Chinook and chum salmon to produce estimates by geographic stock groupings. The details of the daily passage estimates will be described in the following slides. I'm not going to focus on the genetic analysis. That's done by the genetics lab, and would be a presentation unto itself. Next slide. So the test fishing operations, we use 6 different mesh sizes during the operations. Well, at least 6 different mesh sizes in the summer and the fall. The exact composition of the nets change. Each summer season, we're fishing a 275, a 4.0, a 5 1/4, 6.5 inch, 7.5, and an 8.5 inch net. And then for the fall, we drop the 8.5 because the Chinook basically drop off at that point. And then we also drop the 5 1/4 and pick up a 5 inch and a 5 3/4. And that's to get a better handle on the sizes of the fall chum and the coho that enter in the fall. The length, we use a length-based selectivity model to weight the CPUE, and we fish 3 zones. We have zone 1 is our right bank, zone 2 is our left bank near shore, zone 3 is our left bank offshore, and we collect genetic samples, as I mentioned, on Chinook and chum salmon, and we fish 2 periods daily. And I'll mention that 4 nets are drifted per period. Drifts in all 3 zones are conducted before switching nets, so this ensures there's a minimum of at least 10 minutes between sampling in the same zone. Nets are about 8 meters deep and 25 fathoms long, or about 50 meters long. The 7.5 inch net, for reference, is about 48 meshes deep. Lengths are measured on all fish. Visual ID is collected for all salmon, and scales are collected from Chinook salmon. Next slide, please. The test fish project measures the length of each fish captured, but what really determines the catchability is the girth of the fish in relation to the mesh perimeter. So you can see here, there's a strong relationship between length and girth, which allows us to develop a length-based selectivity model. And the plot on the right shows the girth to length relationship for Chinook salmon. This data was collected in 2005 for a fecundity study. Different species have different length to girth relationships. For example, Chinook tend to be girthier. They have a larger girth to length ratio than a species, for example, such as a pike, which tend to be longer and skinnier. And so for this reason, we need to define our selectivity model specific for each species when our sample sizes allow it. Next slide. So we have separate selectivity curves for 9 species, which are listed here. And then the remaining, which we don't have adequate sample sizes for, they're grouped into what we call our other category. And then as time goes on, hopefully we can, in our catches pick up, we can further refine our selectivity for these other species. The 3 plots on the right just show examples for selectivity curves for, in the top is Chinook, the middle is summer chum, and the bottom is Cisco. And you can see that both the width and the location of the mode, the peak, shift depending upon the species you're looking at. And that's again because of the difference in the morphology, the length to girth relationship. Next slide, please. And so now I'm kind of want to describe a little bit more detail how selectivity works. And so for this case, I'm going to focus on a Chinook salmon. This is that same selectivity for Chinook you saw in the previous slide. And in this case, we're going to consider a 750 millimeter Chinook salmon. And what we do here is you want to look at where that black line, the 750 millimeter, intersects all those curves. And so what you're looking at from the curves from left to right, you're looking at the 2 3/4 inch, the 4 inch, the 5 1/4 inch, the 6 1/2, the 7.5, and the 8.5. Next slide, please. So here you can see that a 750 millimeter Chinook salmon, the probability of capture in the 7 1/2 is nearly 1. So that means that a fish of this size that encounters a 7 1/2 has a probability of capture of 1. You're extremely likely to be captured in the net. Whereas if you look at the same fish encountering a 5 3/4 inch, the probability of capture is 1/4 of that. So another way of thinking of this is for every 4 Chinook salmon of this size that encounter a 5 1/4 inch net, only 1 would be captured. So effectively, we have to weight that fish in that net by 4 to 1 to normalize the catch for probability of capture. And so to calculate, then ultimately to calculate the species proportions for a species on a given day, we sum the weighted CPU for the species and divide by the sum of the weighted CPUE across all species. And so this process is to standardize for both drift time and net selectivity. Next slide, please. So the sonar operations, we operate sonar on both banks simultaneously. We conduct 3 3-hour sampling periods a day. The right bank uses an HTI split beam, sampling 150 meters of range for over 2 range strata. Our strata 1 is 0 to 45 meters, strata 2, 45 to 150. And these are approximate. They may vary a little bit depending upon the exact bottom profile we encounter that year, but this is pretty standard about to what the ranges are. The left bank uses both an ARIS, which has a video, and an HTI split beam sonar, and we're sampling 300 meters on that side over 3 range strata. The ARIS samples the S3, 0 to 50 meters, and then the HTI samples the outer 2 strata out to 300 meters. And the 2 main reasons we break the sonar ranges into strata is that the first is to optimize the aim of the sonar to get best possible fish detection. Often in the outer, as we go out in range, we need to pick the tilt up just a bit to better insonify it so that the beam isn't hitting the bottom as hard. And then the second reason is the ping rate. The maximum ping rate or frame rate that you can have for a sonar is limited based on the speed of sound and the maximum range you're sampling. So ideally, we want to have a fairly high ping rate in close because the beam is very narrow. It hasn't had time to spread out. But in the farther ranges, we can effectively sample that at a lower rate, ping rate. Next slide, please. And the original slide on the presentation showed also that this shows the profiles on both banks. But unfortunately, the beams didn't convert when they were made it to PDF. But I guess the takeaways here is what we're really looking for in the profiles is we want a fairly flat bottom, and you can see we have that on both banks. And the reason I don't have a full profile here, it's pretty tricky to get a bank-to-bank profile across, 700 to a kilometer across the river in a straight line when you have a changing current. And so we typically focus our profiles on the areas where we're actually insonifying, where we're actually counting fish. Next slide, please. The next few slides are going to show screenshots of sonar data to illustrate how the sonar data that we're processing looks. This slide shows ARIS data. And the left side of that is an echogram, which shows basically you're looking at the center beam of that ARIS video over time. And you can see the traces in there, that there's the individual little traces are the fish, and then those vertical stripes are the bottom. The fish are marked in the echogram, and direction is determined using the video. We only mark the upstream fish, the fish that are moving upstream. Next slide, please. This slide shows a representative split beam echogram. Split beam does not have video. This particular echogram is showing the amplitude or the strength of the returned echo. The fish are the squiggly traces, and the bottom are the consistent vertical stripes. And if you can see them, there are little pink squares at the top of each one of those traces, and those are the marks made by the technicians. This is an example, again, from last summer. Pretty low passage. Next slide, please. This echogram is the exact same data you had in the previous slide, but in this case, the bottom has been removed, and the coloration is by angle off axis. So this shows us direction of travel in the split beam data. An upstream moving fish in this particular echogram is going to be colored black to white from top to bottom. And again, the technicians they can toggle back and forth between both views quickly, so they can more effectively count and determine direction. And only again, with a split beam, only the upstream migrating fish are counted. Next slide, please. So this is an attempt to show how we're combining the sonar and the test fish. This image shows the approximate coverage of the sonar sampling and of the test fish gill nets. The gill nets are represented in those little squares, those rectangles with the hash marks. And the species composition is estimated in each one of those zones separately. The sonar sampling, as I mentioned, is broken into the 5 strata. And again, each one, the actual passage in each one of those strata is estimated separately. And then the brackets at the top show how the strata are apportioned using which test fish zone. So both right bank strata are apportioned using the test fish zone 1. The left bank nearshore strata, the S3, which is covered by the ARIS, is apportioned using test fish zone 2. And both the offshore split beam strata are apportioned using the test fish zone 3. And for reference, the left bank refers to the left side of the river when looking downstream. So at Pilot Station, the left bank is on the south side of the Yukon, and the right bank is on the north side. Next slide, please. This table just shows the sampling schedule that we have at the project. So our sonar shifts start at 5:30 in the morning, run 3 hours till 8:30. There's a half hour for the technicians to change and to eat breakfast, and then go test fishing from 9 to noon. And then there's a break for lunch, and the period 2 sonar starts at 1:30, goes to 4:30. And then a half hour break there, and then they go test fishing from 5 in the evening to 8. And then there's a dinner break for an hour and a half, and then they go, this last sonar period of the day is from 9:30 to 12:30 at night. And so you can see, really, except for the brief periods of time between the shifts for meals, the only time that we're not either actively sampling the sonar or the test fishing is from 12:30 midnight, just after midnight, to 5:30 in the morning. Next slide, please. So with that background, I'm going to move into discussing the difference between the estimates we've been seeing at Pilot Station and Eagle the past 2 seasons. And so the situation is we have 2 equally valid approaches to estimating total run size of Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And ideally, both methods would produce similar estimates. But when they diverge, it's pretty hard to know which method is the most accurate. So method one is using pilot station, the genetic mixed stock analysis. And this is what is typically used in season for management, and then post season for a variety of reconstruction. And then it produces quantitative estimates of uncertainty, and it's believed to be on average unbiased, but imprecise, so that we know there are some, there's fairly large confidence bounds on the estimates. The second method involves taking the Eagle sonar estimates and adding the Canadian origin Chinook harvest between Eagle and Pilot Station. And this approach is consistent with the official JTC method of determining run size for Yukon River Salmon Agreement applications. But the estimates of uncertainty in this approach are maybe a little unrealistically narrow. The sampling error for Eagle is very small because there's a lot more sampling effort. We sample basically 24 hours a day there. We have less passage, so we're able to actually count the fish quicker there. And so we sample each strata half hour out of every hour through the day. And so the sampling error itself is very small. Next slide, please. So the history of the difference between estimates. And so the conundrum here is, without knowing the true run size, it is difficult or maybe even inappropriate to suggest one method is over or under counting without knowing what the true run was. We can, though, compare both estimates to each other, and you can see that prior to 2019, so looking at 2005 to 2018, the estimates overall compared pretty reasonably. In 9 of those 14 years, the estimates were within their confidence bounds. 3 of those years, the Pilot Station estimates ended up being less than the Eagle estimates, outside the confidence bounds, and less. And in 2 years, they were actually a bit greater. But overall, you can see that there's no pattern to one producing between being higher or lower. That it's kind of more of a random situation. Next slide, please. So more recently, we've noticed that the estimates between Pilot Station and Eagle have diverged substantially. And that purple circle there shows the estimates for the past 3 years. And if you look even to 2021, you can see that the Pilot Station estimates are about double what we expected to see, about double what we actually saw at Eagle. So this consistent, so you can see it's 3 years in a row. It's very consistent. And the magnitude of this difference is unprecedented. You just don't have years where hardly any years where they're off by that amount, and none where it happens this many years in a row. And as you know, there are very serious implications for management if you can't predict what you're going to see upriver. Next slide, please. So the potential reasons for why these projects would differ. So one possible reason is that Eagle sonar estimates could be biased low. The estimates of harvest between the 2 sonar locations could be biased low. There could be unaccounted for en route mortality that could be occurring between the 2 locations. The Pilot Station sonar estimates of Canadian Chinook may be biased high. So even if the overall sonar estimate is good, it's possible if the genetics estimation is off, or it could be some combination of all 4 reasons. It's really difficult to conduct a formal analysis really to determine which of these or the combinations are contributing to the DBE. Part of that is because it's all, you're looking at it post-season, and you just don't have enough information. But we can look at what we do have in season and try to glean some information about what can be happening. Next slide, please. So I mentioned these 4 sources of uncertainty, and I'm just going to kind of go through over how likely or unlikely these are. So Eagle sonar bias low. I feel that's pretty unlikely. The operations were successful, and we observed poor escapements and harvest in Canada. So it seemed like the Eagle sonar estimates were corroborated pretty well by what we saw upriver there. Harvest estimates biased low. I think this is unlikely, and big reason is the overall harvest was very low compared to the difference that we're seeing in between the estimates. So even if there was some amount of error in the harvest, it's unlikely it could be anywhere near large enough to explain what we're seeing. Natural en route mortality, it's possible, but we have no formal evaluation of natural mortality. We do have the evidence that we have that suggests this could be a factor is the high water temperature in 2019. We saw high levels of at least summer chum die off, and stands to reason that there could be also Chinook, it could have effects on Chinook as well. And then we also heard we heard evidence of ichthyophonus disease in 2020 and 2021. And then finally, pilot station sonar estimates could be biased high. Say it's unlikely, it's always a possibility, but the operations were successful. And I just want to explore the pilot station here in a bit more detail in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So how can pilot station produce a biased estimate of Chinook salmon in any given year? So one is if we were counting fish moving downriver, if we were counting downstream fish or debris as fish, that could inflate the sonar estimates. This is unlikely to be the case because we can tell direction of travel with both the ARIS and the split beam sonar, and we are not counting those downstream fish or any downstream objects. Counting non-fish targets, again, I think this is very unlikely. Most of the non-fish targets that we would see are say debris, sticks, trees, and we're able to, again, distinguish between downstream and upstream. Improper selectivity parameters used in the model. The magnitude of the bias, it can bias it. The amount is relatively small, and it seems unlikely across the range of reasonable values that we would use. And test fishery disproportionately catching Chinook. The bias can vary. It just depends on if for some reason you're catching disproportionately many, a lot more Chinook than normal, or not. I feel it's pretty unlikely. Our test fish methodology remains pretty consistent. So it seems unlikely that would be a strong factor. The test fishery, if it disproportionately catches Canadian Chinook salmon, that could inflate our estimates of what we would expect to see at Eagle. And again, it's difficult to see how this would have changed in the past 3 years, how the methodology of the fishing remained the same. We don't see, or I think it's unlikely that we've got any, for example, bank orientation going on this low in the river that would suggest that. And one that's variable and could go either way is just the test fishery disproportionately catching non-Chinook salmon or non-Chinook. So if you were catching other species at higher or lower rates, that could affect how your Chinook estimates pan out. So all those reasons I just stated there are reasons you could actually bias the sonar estimates high. Now a lot of the things we're concerned about, and the things that happen more often, are ways of biasing the estimates low. So for example, Chinook passing mid-river beyond the sonar area. This is something we always keep an eye out. We look at the distribution of the fish. We don't feel this has happened in the last few years. Based on the distribution that we've seen. Poor sonar aims, this could lead to poor detection of fish and an undercount. We go to great pains to make sure we have good aims. And then that goes along with the next one, poor sonar placement, the suboptimal bottom profile. We collect a lot of bottom profiles to ensure that we're placing our sonar in a place that's going to give us a good aim. But this is always our big concern, again, is just making sure we have a good aim and that we can detect the fish adequately. Extreme water turbidity, when the water is real turbid, it can lead to limited detection range. It can reduce the range at which we can see fish. We've been lucky the last actually probably the last 10 years, we haven't had much of that happen. You may recall in the past, we've often at high water, sometimes we've had what we call the reverberation band. And what that was at high water, we were actually getting sediment being pulled off the bank above the site, and then it would produce a plume out in front of the site, and you'd get this on the sonar. It would look like a big band, and it would just effectively block the sound from traveling beyond it, and that would limit how far we could see. We haven't seen that probably in 10 years, so we've been pretty fortunate. And extreme water levels. The water levels themselves don't really affect the estimates unless they prevent us from being able to deploy the sonar, or the high water increases the turbidity real highly, and it limits our detection. Next slide, please. So we do implement a fairly extensive in-season quality control measures to try to prevent anything from going wrong. Most of these are to address undercounting, since that is often the most challenging issue and the most one likely to happen. So the project leader and crew leaders, they're reviewing all the sonar files every day to ensure technicians are counting correctly. So this also helps to standardize the counting across the crew to make sure everybody's counting things correctly and the same. They check the sonar aim in each file to ensure there are bottom stripes throughout the range. So if you're not seeing bottom, the fish tend to be fairly close to the bottom. And so if we're not seeing bottom, that's a concern for us, because it's possible that fish would be passing below the beam. We check the bottom profiles periodically throughout the season to make sure there are no humps or dips that can cause fish to pass undetected. And we check the range distribution plots for gaps, which could indicate areas where we have poor detection. And then we also look at our test fish catches to see if they line up with the sonar estimates. If we see a spike in sonar estimates for a species, but no corresponding increase in catches, it could be an indicator of misapportionment and possibly inflated estimates of some species. And likewise, if we see a spike in test fish catches, but no increase in the sonar estimates, it could indicate a detection problem with the sonar, which would result in an undercount. Next slide, please. And so reviewing the operations the last 3 years, we've been lucky. We've been able to deploy on time and operate successfully throughout the entire Chinook salmon run, and actually throughout the entire season the last few years. And next slide, please. Water levels have been conducive to counting. So this chart here shows the water level for 2021 compared to the median and the max and min. And you can see over the period of operation from June 1st to September 7th, the water level was really close to the 20-year average. Most of the plots you're going to see here coming up are going to be from data collected in 2021, since that's the most recent year of the discrepancy, and the magnitude of the discrepancy was very large. Next slide, please. You saw this plot before. Again, I just wanted to illustrate that the bottom profiles have been very favorable to counting fish. No reason to suggest that there'd be any reason we would be undercounting. You can see there's a little dip there in that near shore on the left bank, and that's again one of the reasons why we employ the ARIS in that location. It's got a real wide beam, and it effectively covers that area, so we can detect fish in there. Next slide, please. The sonar aims look good all season. This is an example echogram showing the bottom stripes that we're looking for. And here you can see the fish in the echogram. And the bottom stripes are consistent, and also the fish targets are well defined, and that's what we're looking for. Next slide, please. This is an example of the target distribution, and there's no evidence that the fish were distributed in such a way that would impact our sonar counts or test fish catchability. The only thing that affected catchability for us was our last year was a little bit challenging in that you can see here in the sonar, we didn't have many fish beyond 50 meters. And that did make it a challenging to catch adequate numbers of fish in our offshore drift to apportion the sonar counts in those outer strata, which would have been from 50 to 300 meters. But overall, the distribution looks good. You don't see any dips or humps, which would make you think that your aims were inadequate. And one thing we do look at with this chart too is we want to make sure there are no large numbers of fish out at range, which would be cause to suspect that fish are passing beyond the range of the sonar. When we see them close to shore like that, that gives us some comfort. Next slide, please. So one way you could, as I mentioned, you could overestimate was if you had milling fish. So if you had milling fish, you'd have fish going down, you'd have them going past the sonar, then maybe coming back down and then going up past the sonar again. And so you'd be effectively double counting them. Even if you weren't counting the downstream, you could still count those fish twice. But as I say, we do look at the downstream, and there's just no evidence of milling fish, and we're not counting the downstream migrants. This particular echogram is again showing the direction of travel. In this particular one, you're looking, a fish going upstream is light to dark from top to bottom. And the reason I'm not showing it in a video is it just couldn't, the video wouldn't translate well into this kind of a presentation. That wouldn't translate into a PDF. One thing I will note here, this again was from 2021, and this data is from July 1st. This was the peak Chinook passage, which is pretty abysmal because normally in this time of year, there are just tons of fish going by. We can have thousands of fish in a half-hour file. Next slide, please. So misapportionment is one of the big concerns we always have in any given year. In a normal year, Chinook or chum salmon rather outnumber Chinook by more than 10 to 1. And you can, if you see the upper left plot there, the line in green there are the chum salmon, and then the blue are the Chinook salmon, and the orange are all other species. In this case, I've combined all non-salmon into one big group of others. So you can see on that upper left plot that if you had a small error in apportioning your chum salmon, that could have a proportionally large error in the Chinook estimates. In the upper right, you can see the data from 2021. This is the daily passage. And you can see that actually for most of the summer season, the Chinook estimates actually the Chinook outnumbered the chum salmon for a good portion of the season. Which actually as you reduce the number of other species like chum, you would expect that your estimates of Chinook should improve. And then the bottom graph shows the cumulative passage for others over the course of the summer season. And the point here being is that if you had a large number of others going by when the Chinook are going by, again, you could have a situation where small errors in the apportionment there would affect the Chinook numbers quite a bit, but really there was nothing special about the others in the last 3 years. They were all very close to the median. So nothing to suspect that there was anything out of line there. Next slide, please. Another thing we look at is the Chinook salmon CPU at our project, along with the sonar estimates. And so here you can see that on the left are the daily plots of the Chinook sonar estimates in blue, and then the orange are the test fish CPU estimates. And you can see they tracked very well throughout the season. And then on the right, you can see the regression of the two, the scatter plot. And the relationship between the two is very strong, an R squared of 0.9, which is, we never hardly ever see our test fish and our sonar line up as well as they did last year. It was just really phenomenal. And typically it's not unusual to have them line up pretty well, maybe not this well, but pretty well. But you can use it as a gauge of run strength kind of in season, but trying to look at CPUE at kind of the total sum across the season and trying to look at that across years seems to be confounded by factors such as water level. The CPUE doesn't really translate into actual abundance estimates. Just one thing I will note. So you'll notice that those two, on the left there, the Chinook, the CPUE and the Sonar estimates, I did scale the CPUEs to have them fit on the same scale as the Chinook. So they don't normally reside on the same scale level. Next slide, please. And I threw this slide in to show an example of what we look for when we see what we're looking for between our CPUE and our sonar that would suggest a problem. And this is data from 2008. And so in this particular case, and I'm going to focus on that area in blue there, that was in right around July 1st of that year. And most of our other projects, we use a deflection weir to push the fish out in front of the sonar. And that was tried in 2008 right around July 1st. And what happened was, 2008 was an even year and it happened to be a pink year. And by pushing all the fish out, what happened was a lot of those pink salmon, they tend to be really shore oriented, and we kicked them out in front of the sonar and we counted a lot of pink salmon. Well, the problem is that the pink salmon, once they go around that deflection weir, they pull right back into shore. And so our test fish boats, our nets, were not able to effectively sample that area. And so this is a situation where you can see a misapportionment of pink salmon as Chinook. So in this case, you see the orange line did not increase. It stayed pretty consistent with the previous few days. Whereas all of a sudden our Chinook estimates went way up. Now, as soon as we pulled that deflection weir, you can see that the estimates of sonar dropped right back down and were more consistent then with what we were seeing for the rest of the year. So this is what we're looking for. And if we saw something like this in 2021 or 2019 or 2018, this would be something to lead us to believe that there was some kind of an error in our estimation. Next slide, please. Another thing we look at is we look at Eagle. We don't compare just the overall magnitude of the run we see at Eagle and at Pilot Station, but we're also looking at things such as run timing. So for example, if you've got problems with detection, or if you've got problems with your apportionment, you might expect that they would happen during one portion of the year and not during another portion of the year. So that would shift your timing between the two projects. And so I showed these two curves here to show a little contrast. And in 2021, the Eagle and the Pilot timing the daily counts and the timing lined up very well in terms of relative magnitude. In contrast, in 2009, you may recall that was the year we had quite a bit of flooding on the Yukon. I think that was the year of the big flood at Eagle. And then likewise, we had flooding down in the lower river. And that hindered our ability to detect fish early in the season. And there was a pulse of kings that went by without being detected. And so that's what you see. You see that shift in that orange line there. And that's why the Pilot Station is shifted late, because we missed that first pulse. And so again, we often look at these timing curves to try to see, is there something there that would suggest that something's going on, especially over a short time period. One thing I would point out, you notice that the Pilot Station timing curves are more jagged, and they're always that way. And that's because the fish down in the lower river come through in pulses that aren't as smooth, whereas by the time they go upriver, you have differential swim speed of the different fish, and the overall peaks tend to flatten out, and you get a much smoother timing curve at Eagle. Next slide, please. Next is, could the genetic samples be biased? And it's difficult to conceive a reason why the test fish catches would be biased towards Canadian origin Chinook alone. Why we'd catch more Canadian fish than US stocks. Just there's no logical reason that I can see that would happen there. There were no changes to the genetic sampling that would bias the estimates towards Canadian origin Chinook salmon. Sample sizes for the genetic stock identification were robust. They were comparable to previous years, and that's what the plot on the right shows, the actual number of samples per year. One thing you'll notice is they actually have a lot of samples the last couple of years, even though the Chinook estimates, the Chinook numbers themselves were low. And a part of that is, I think, likely because when chum numbers are low, when chum numbers are high, we generally have to pull the nets a little early. We don't fish them as long. And so I suspect what's happening here in the last couple of years with chum numbers being so low, we're drifting full lengths even with all our chum gear throughout the whole season. And so I think we're actually picking up a few more kings in the smaller mesh that we would normally not. So this is not actually adjusted for effort, what you're seeing there with the number of samples. The genetic samples were expected to adequately represent the Chinook salmon passing the sonar in the past few years. Next slide. So could the genetic samples be biased? As I mentioned, there were no changes to the methodology that would bias the estimates toward Chinook, Canadian origin Chinook. The laboratory and mixed stock analysis methodologies were consistent with past years. The baseline was updated in 2021 to better represent the major stocks. Both the previous and updated baselines used for GSI have a calculated mean bias of less than 1% and a root mean square error of less than 5%. And the simulations with known origin fish used to test the accuracy of the GSI estimates were within the 90% credible intervals, 90% of the simulation. So those are the standards that the Gene Conservation Lab uses to assess how well their estimates are. The coefficient of variation for the Canadian origin Chinook estimates were within reason and comparable for previous years. So there wasn't a lot of, the error in their estimates was typical that what they normally see. And the quality control analysis showed no signs of concern and were comparable to previous years. Next slide, please. So one thing that comes to mind is, well, what about fall season? So for example, if there is a bias in our estimates, for example, if the sonar is overestimating, you would expect that to translate into the fall season as well. And so what have we seen? In 2021, the estimate of Canadian fall chum at Pilot Station was actually lower than observed at Eagle, but within the confidence bounds. There are no changes to either the estimation code between the summer and fall season. The only real change that happens is that all chum are considered fall chum after July 18th for the estimates that we produce on site. So if there is a systematic issue with overcounting, either through counting with the sonar or something with the estimation code. So in other words, if there were fish milling, you would expect that this should translate into the fall season as well, but we're not seeing that. Next slide, please. So in summary, the aims were good all season. The fish detection looked good. Now these, if they weren't, that would actually, you would expect to cause an underestimate. We did not see substantial numbers of downstream fish, no evidence of milling. So we don't expect that we were inflating our counts that way. Bottom profiles were very good, which allowed for good aims. So our detection we felt was adequate. The sonar estimates for Chinook and test fish tracked very well. No reason to suspect that other species were influencing the Chinook estimates. The fish targets were fairly bank oriented and the distributions looked good. And the Chinook salmon timing at Pilot Station Eagle also line up really well. And the Pilot Station estimates of fall chum aligned well with Eagle-based methods, suggesting there are no systematic issues occurring over the course of the project. And one thing I didn't mention is all these methods that we use here at Pilot Station, these are also consistent with all the methods we're using at Eagle for the most part. Eagle has a different apportionment methodology, but the sonar estimates themselves are all generated using the same methodology and the same estimation software as well. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, what can we say about the operations in 2019 through 21? The operations themselves went smoothly. We didn't have issues with equipment or with flooding. Aims were good. There was nothing about the operations of the last 3 years that was outside the norms that we've seen in the project. Everything went well from our perspective. And given the low number of summer chum, we actually would expect the estimates to be more accurate, not less. And so if something is causing Pilot Station to overestimate Chinook salmon, it'd have to be something new that we have never seen before. It would have to be something that's systematic throughout this whole summer season, and it would have to be unique to the summer season alone. So what I mean by it has to be systematic throughout the summer season, if you think back to the plot with the CPUE versus the CPUE versus the sonar passage, if there was a period of time, say, where a species was causing an inflated estimates, you would expect that to be relatively localized temporally. You wouldn't expect it to happen every day consistently throughout the season. But what we're seeing is everything lined up very well throughout the whole season. Next slide, please. And one thing I want to talk a little bit about the changes to the Pilot Station sonar, because there have been changes that have been made to the project, and I just want to make sure that things are clear with people. Next slide. When we say there have been no substantial changes in the last 3 years, I want to be really clear about what we mean. There have been no changes to the methodology from 2019 to 2021 that would explain the difference between the estimates. The past changes to the apportionment methodology were applied to all data from 1995 to 2021, so there is no unique treatment to the data in 2019 through 2021. We did make a change to not counting downstream targets. That's specific to 2020 and 2021, but would have had the opposite effect and reduced the estimates by about 2%, which would actually decrease the difference we see between estimates. And so kind of to go in a little bit more about some of these historical changes, there are changes that happen every year. Next slide, please. So every year there are some subtle small changes. We don't position the transducers in the exact location every single season. We locate the transducers depending upon which area has the best bottom profile and is going to give us the best detection. The exact ranges of the strata may be altered slightly depending on the bottom profile or environmental conditions, and this is in order to maximize the detection. The selectivity parameters themselves are updated annually to incorporate the test fish data from the previous season just to keep everything current. And drift times in the chum salmon nets are often shortened at high passage to keep catches at a manageable level. And this was not an issue in 2021, as I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. We have had some major changes to the project operations that have happened over the course of the project's history. And all of these have been designed to increase the efficiency or accuracy of the estimates we're producing. In '95, we stopped using trace angle to determine direction of travel. '99, there was a change to the nets that were used, but they've been consistent since. In 2021, we transitioned to split beam. That in itself didn't have it was using the same frequency, and we were still marking paper charts at the time. So in terms of actually how the effect on the project, it was very little, but it did enable the project to have a better technology going forward for the future. 2005, we added the Ditson to sample the 0 to 20 meters on the left bank. We found in that year when we put it there that we actually, the Ditson was able to, it increased our counts by about 30% because the real narrow split beam wasn't able to adequately sample that very near shore area, whereas the wider Ditson beam did. In 2009, we started marking charts electronically instead of on paper. And again, this isn't something that has a fundamental change on the estimates, but it does improve the project operations. We no longer had to deal with dot matrix printers, which had ink ribbons that would fade over time. And so the maintenance was a lot less. It just made operations a lot better and the charts that we're marking more consistent. In 2016, we switched from Ditson to Eris. This allowed us to sample the entire strata 3, the whole 0 to 50 meters instead of just 0 to 20 that the Ditson covered. And in that year, we also updated the selectivity parameters and implemented a minimum selectivity threshold of 0.1 in our estimation. And as I mentioned, these selectivity changes were applied retroactively to all the historical data. So there, again, there's no unique treatment to 2019 through 2021. And in 2020, we stopped including downstream fish as upstream in the estimates. Now, I just want to explain that because that people may question that right away. So the issue with marking downstream fish as upstream, prior to 2009, when we were marking all our fish on paper charts, there was no way of determining which the direction that the traces were going, the direction that the fish or the targets were moving. So there was likely some amount of downstream objects that were included in the estimates. With the advent of electronic charts, we're able to make that change, but we were concerned that if all of a sudden we if we started marking things different, we would have a big shift in the estimates and they'd be biased low. Well, after the 2019 field season, or after the 2019 field season, we looked at all the data. What we were able to do when we were marking electronic charts is we were able to mark an upstream and a downstream fish. So we have that record in the data file. So we went back retroactively and looked to see how much of a difference has that made in the estimates. And the amount was about 2%. And given the low numbers, and it's well within the confidence intervals, we just stopped including those downstream fishes upstream in 2020. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit more about the net selectivity change that was made in 2016. And the reason we did this was to prevent a single fish with low probability of capture from receiving too much weight. So you may remember when I was describing the net selectivity curves and how that works is if you've got a fish with very low probability of capture, you're adjusting that catch to account for that. Well, what we were having happen occasionally was you'd have a situation, and it typically happened with Cisco, where you'd catch a Cisco with a very low probability of capture in a net, and it would inflate. So you may be catching, for example, consistently 2, 3, 4 Cisco a day, and you may be hovering around 2,000 a day, but all of a sudden we'd have a spike of summer chum go by, and all of a sudden the estimates of Cisco would jump up to 40,000. And it just, what was happening was you'd have a single fish with a real low probability of capture that was getting weighted excessively high. And so it just didn't seem like a good approach to deal with, it didn't seem like that was the appropriate, what we wanted from the estimate. So we looked at many different ways of trying to account for that. And this was one that we found. And we did apply it retroactively to all prior years, but it did a good job at preventing those fish with real low probability of capture from being weighted excessively high. Next slide, please. So how does the minimum selectivity affect this? The minimum selectivity does affect the estimates, and I want to be kind of clear about that and show you that. So what we're using is a minimum selectivity value of 0.1. And if you see that red line on that graph, that shows you where those estimates fit in with that. Prior to 2001, we were using a minimum selectivity of 0.01. So that would have been 2 bars further to the right. And those arrows are showing the 2 bars that we're comparing. You can see that using that minimum, by raising the minimum selectivity, you do increase the Chinook estimates. But once you get down to about the area we're at, it tends to asymptote. So the change in those divisions gets relatively small. It flattens out. And even if you can see that even the difference you see there between that red line and that bar from the right, that number is not enough to explain the difference between estimates. And keep in mind that same approach has been applied to all the historical data. So all the historical relationships would reflect this as well. If you change that value, if you change minimum selectivity lower, you'd lower all the historical estimates as well. A minimum selectivity of 1, which you see on the far left there, that dark green line, that would effectively say no selectivity. Every fish has equal probability of being captured in every net. Next slide, please. And since the difference between estimates is not easily explained by issues associated with the sonar, pilot station, or Eagle, or the U.S. harvest, the process of elimination is leaving us with unaccounted in-mort mortality as a leading hypothesis. And the evidence for this is in 2019, we had record high water temperatures during summer season. There were reports of large numbers of pre-spawn summer chum mortalities in some systems. And logic suggests that if it's affecting the summer chum, it'd likely be affecting Chinook as well. In 2020, there were reports of high incidence of ichthyophonus in the mid-river. This prompted ADF&G to sample ichthyophonus at pilot in 2021. And in 2021, the infection rates that we did observe were about 45%. And this is very high. It's higher than we observed in the early 2000s when this was a previous concern. And similar infection rates were at least anecdotally noted or observed in the Rapids area. Now, we can't say with any certainty that this is the cause, but it certainly gives us, it certainly points to something that we should be exploring. Next slide, please. And now questions.
Thank you, Carl. A very thorough presentation that I think really goes into maybe perhaps answers a lot of questions that many folks have had, especially in the context of not only this DBE question, but also the operations pilot, how that project operates on an annual basis and how it's changed over the years to some extent. So thank you for that. Open the floor to questions from panel members on the presentation. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pfisterer, I believe you answered this, but I'll ask it anyway. And it's in regards to Cisco. I've been fisting Cisco quite a while. The 6 mess sizes, I wouldn't use any of them. 5 of them are too big, and the 6th one is too small. Anyway, so some time ago, the largest runs of fish on the Yukon River were the summer Cisco coming into summer. And then, so there was a correction made, a capping mechanism put in place that there'd be no more than 1 million Cisco counted. I don't know if it was for just the next year or if it continued until this minimal selectivity was put in place. Is there so maybe a question and a follow-up question, Mr. Pfisterer, is there still a capping mechanism in place for Cisco?
No, there's no capping mechanism. There's never been a capping mechanism in place since I've been there. The only thing, as I mentioned, the cap is what I described as that minimum selectivity. Basically, what it's saying is the most any single fish can count, the most you can weight any single fish is 10 to 1. Prior to that, you could have a single fish be weighted as 100 to 1. And so what you would have happen is, and prior to updating those selectivity curves, those Cisco curves were very narrow. And so you had a relatively high probability of having a random fish end up having a real high probability of not being captured. So it could effectively be 90 to 1. And so you'd have that single fish count as, say, 30,000. So we didn't actually cap the estimates. But what we did is we said, okay, the most we will let any single fish count is 10 to 1 in the estimates. Is that a little clear?
Mr. Chairman, it's clear. I just still view that as a capping mechanism. But anyway,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
But one thing I would say is, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I could just, as a follow-up answer to that, so it's not being applied just to the Cisco. It's being applied to all species. And so it's not a cap against Cisco per se, but it's a way of standardizing for all species, that we're not allowing any single fish to overly inflate an estimate. That's
Additional comments, questions on the presentation? I guess I do have a general question. It's somewhat related to Ragnar's question. In the context of how essentially non-salmon are treated, I guess maybe in two minor parts. So pink salmon are not necessarily produced as a standalone estimate the way that, say, summer chum or chum salmon and king salmon are. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. So actually, we on odd years, we don't actually do anything special regarding pink salmon. We count them along with every other species. But on even years, when they're in high abundance, they can overwhelm us. We have two problems with pink salmon. One is the numbers themselves can be very high, and so if we're trying to count them, it can be just about overwhelming for our technicians to count them on an echogram. Excuse me. And then two, they can be hard to catch because they're so bank oriented. And so there's a higher probability that we're going to actually inflate that those pink salmon counts are going to be applied. They're going to be misapportioned as say summer chum or Chinook. And so what we've found over the years, that our best approach is to try to on even years is to avoid counting them. So we actually move our drift nets out a little bit further from shore, and we actually start counting. We don't start counting at zero. We'll actually start counting about 10 meters offshore, so that we actively avoid those pink salmon. And we also, over time, what we've done is when we've had the opportunity, beach walks close to shore to make sure that we're not getting a lot of, like, say, chum or king salmon inside of that range that we're not counting. So, but yeah, we do actively try to avoid counting those pink salmon on even years. So what you see in that estimate for pink salmon is going to be an underestimate for sure.
Yeah, thanks. And so both for pinks and for non-salmon, functionally, the methodology of Pilot Station is to remove those species from any further estimation, so that what remains, the data that remains, is focused on Chinook and chum.
Mr. Chair, not exactly. We do not try to avoid the other species, but we try to the one I mentioned prior that we don't use.
Sorry, just maybe I should clarify the question, Carl. So it's not avoiding the species, it's trying to assess those species and then put them aside in that assessment to a certain point, so that you focus the remainder of the estimation process on the primary species that you're trying to enumerate, which is chums and kings.
Yes. So that is accurate. We don't, we don't go to great depth effort to try to make sure we count every single other species. What we're trying to make sure, though, is that we're getting the best possible salmon count over the area of our sonar and sonification that we can.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for that. Mr. Co-Chair, questions from your group?
Yes, we have two questions. We'll start with panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm curious about these pinks. I mean, how many pinks are you seeing, and how far up the river do they go?
I don't know exactly how many. I'm trying to, off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember. We get substantial amounts at Anvik. I don't know if they go a whole lot further than the Anvik River, but we do see a lot on the Anvik River. So we have a sonar on the Anvik River, and we have a slightly different apportionment methodology there. There, the river is typically clear enough that we can use a tower to get a visual on the fish. And so we're actually apportioning pinks and chum there. I'm trying to think if, I mean, it's certainly in the hundreds of thousands of pinks at Anvik. And I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see over, you know, in the neighborhood of 1 million at Pilot, but that would just be, you know, me guessing. I don't have a firm estimate on a drainage wide pink estimate, but there are a lot, hundreds of thousands at the least.
Well, thank you for that.
And Mr. Chair, second question, I guess, from our delegation meeting room. Thank you very much, Carl, for the presentation. It's extremely helpful in understanding the details and nuances of how the pilot station sonar operates, and certainly provides some insights into how the estimates that are produced in the Joint Technical Committee annual report are derived. And I'm hoping you can answer this question, but perhaps not. Perhaps if not, a Joint Technical Committee co-chairs might. But I noticed that the species identification at Pilot Station is identified by Chinook, chum, coho, pink, and other being, I'm assuming, freshwater species, and perhaps sockeye. And I note that chum, salmon are split up into summer and fall. But I'm just curious, Chinook salmon are represented on an annual basis as divided up into large and small, small being fish that are less than 655 millimeters mid-eye to fork length. And I'm just curious, what's the purpose for differentiating large versus small Chinook salmon at Pilot Station, and how are those differentiated estimates derived? Thank you.
So, yeah, so I remember we used to have a different size cutoff a long time ago for between what we called, you know, we called jacks versus the others. And I'm trying to remember, I think that 650 millimeter, now Tracy Ling now was the research biologist at the time. And that was a change that he came up with. And I'm trying to remember, it was, I seem to recall it being based off of, that was the average length of a fish of a given weight or age. And I can't remember because that was sometime around that 99 time period when that change happened. It was quite a long time ago. And I don't remember the details of how he derived it. Somebody on the JTC may have a better recollection of that, but I remember when the change happened. I don't remember the criteria they used for that 650 value. And how, in terms of how that happens, how we do that in the estimates is it's relatively simple. When the test fish data is read into our statistical package that produces the estimates, what we're doing is it just looks at if a species is a king, a Chinook, and it is less than 650 millimeters, it assigns it a species of jack. And so then it's treated as a jack, and it's got the exact same selectivity as any other Chinook.
Great. Thank you very much.
Just looking around the room, seeing if there's more questions. Andy Bassett, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Carl. Good to see you again. It's been a long time. Yeah. I just had a question. You know, you made a statement that it's so important to see the bottom of the river. A large portion of the fish are running close to the bottom of the river. And I'm just curious, when you're doing your drifts for your test fisheries, are you on the bottom of the river, or how do you account for what you may be missing there? I'm just trying to understand the relationship between a large proportion of fish running close to the bottom and the improbability of dragging a net across in certain places where it may be too deep for the mesh size, or whatever the condition might be, high water or whatever. So if you could just briefly talk about that, I'd just kind of like to understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, so for sure on our nearshore drift, on the left bank nearshore, that zone 2, we're dragging the bottom foreshore. And then on the offshore zone 3, we're drifting the bottom over part of that. I would wager that we're not on the bottom for the entire portion of that offshore drift, but for a good portion of it we are. On the right bank, we could go back to those bottom profiles. As I mentioned, the nets are about 8 meters in depth, and you could take them back to those bottom profiles and to figure out, well, how far from shore are you actually hitting bottom? But I think on the right bank, we're probably hitting bottom for at least somewhere in the neighborhood of probably half the drift, but no further than that for sure. It's just the bottom drops off so steep there that there's just no way to get a net that's going to fit there adequately. And then you risk, if you make it really deep, then you risk really tangling up a lot of rocks on that right bank too.
Right. So is that also true at the Eagle site? The same condition would take place?
Yeah.
On shore, you're going to be dragging the bottom, but out mid-river, you're going to be off the bottom to some extent.
Yes, that's true. Although at Eagle, the one difference there is the bottom there is actually, it's a shallower grade, especially on that left bank there. And so I think we're actually covering bottom further out than we are at Pilot Station generally.
Okay, and then so how would you account for the times when you're not, if those fish potentially could be going under the net? Is there some kind of a formula you have, or are you just considering that to be such a minimal amount, it probably doesn't have an effect on your count?
Well, what we're doing is we're just assuming that effectively that the proportions there that we're catching there are the same as what we're catching in the rest of the net. We don't have a compensation for the depth, the depth of the net. And it gets complicated because, as you mentioned, it's early in the season, right after the freshet, it can be right after the breakup, the river can be pretty high. And so we may actually not be on the bottom for as much of the drifts as we are later in the season. When the water drops down, then we're actually on the bottom a lot more. And so it becomes, it would be a fairly complicated, pretty intractable. It'd be pretty hard to really determine exactly where and when you're on the bottom. And plus the drifts kind of can shift out too as the current will tend to, you saw that first slide, or the site slide where I showed where the project location is, and it's around that bend in the river. And so we kind of, what we try to do is keep that boat consistently close to shore, but it can get difficult because the current there can pull the boat further off as the drift goes on. So you're not going to have the same, you may not be on the bottom the same amount of the net early on in your drift as you are later in your drift.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. So I guess I'm thinking in general, the take homes from these last 3 years in particular, and the significance of the difference between estimates, that when it comes to Pilot Station and or Eagle, but predominantly Pilot Station, there's still the potential for some uncertainty. There is uncertainty. There's uncertainty in any given year when it comes to any sonar project, and inclusive of Pilot Station in this example. But it's very difficult to find evidence in these last 3 years, specific to those 3 years, that might fully explain the difference between estimates, even though there might be some uncertainty inherent to each year's estimates from 2019 to 2021. In that regard, it's very difficult to find, to say that it was just Pilot Station, that one way or another, there has to be some additional explanation that would fully account for that difference between estimates. And given that, maybe I'd pause there and say, would you say that's accurate, Carl?
Yeah. And further, one thing I would just like to point out too, I hope people understand too that if we could find an issue and identify an issue with Pilot Station, we wouldn't sweep that under the rug. We want to know that, and we want to find it so that we can correct it. I mean, that's our goal, is to try to improve the project if we're having any issues. So we do our best to try to find and identify any issues. The problem we've had the last 3 years is things have looked so good to us in season that we keep getting surprised when postseason, or as things start showing up at Eagle and the overall magnitude isn't lining up. Even though on the relative basis that the daily numbers seem to line up really well between Pilot and Eagle, the actual magnitude of the numbers has been off.
Yeah.
Yes, everything we've looked at in the past to identify where we're having problems, we're not seeing anything.
And compared to most prior years, there are specific circumstances of run size, of bottom condition, the lack of concern for that silt plume, at least early in the season, and so on and so forth. A lot of the various conditions that have existed historically at Pilot Station have been absent from recent years, inclusive of a unprecedented and unique situation when it comes to chum salmon as being a potential source of inaccuracy, of having correspondingly record low runs, especially during the Chinook run for summer chum. In that regard, that further, it's a unique, and like you say in your presentation, unprecedented situation that would have the effect of further increasing the accuracy of the Chinook run. So I'm saying all this to kind of summarize that we should be looking for an additional explanation beyond Pilot. That doesn't mean that you ignore Pilot. And I think very obviously from your presentation, it is being scrutinized, as it always is in that regard. But we need to look beyond Pilot Station to try and give us a better answer to what explains this significant difference between estimates examined or observed in recent years. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, have we reconciled the passage at Pilot Station of summer chum salmon with the arrival at their various spawning streams? Is that accurate or inaccurate? Is it showing the same loss as the loss between what is it called now? The DBE between Pilot Sonar and Eagle Sonar. Has there been a similar reconciliation for summer chum, Mr. Chairman?
I guess maybe I'll ask a clarifying question. Do you mean run timing wise, abundance, any factors?
Mr. Chairman, there seems to be, as far as abundance between the two sonar sites, a discrepancy. Have we looked at the summer chum run as it passes Pilot Station for that same type of discrepancy as far as abundance with the arrivals at Advik and so on, Mr. Chairman?
In the context of escapement, they complement each other. The escapements in various monitored summer chum salmon escapements in various monitored tributaries are consistent with record low escapements that are consistent with a record low count from Pilot Station.
Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up. But are they seeing the same percentage of missing fish? And where I'm coming from is it would seem like, I'm no biologist, but it would seem like, if there's a in route mortality, it would be affecting the chums as well, it would seem. Anyway, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ragnar. And maybe I'll take a first shot at addressing it. So a couple things is that, and again, Carl's presentation didn't focus as much on this. There was a component of it. But recall that what the total count of Chinook at Pilot Station every year, this difference between estimates is just on the substock of Canadian origin. in that regard. So it's the genetics that give us the ability to, that's really what we're comparing is by genetic analysis, that component of pilot station Chinook's count is what we'd expect to see at the border. In that regard, we don't have a similar methodology on summer chum salmon to be able to do that comparison with the various stocks at the spawning tributary level in that regard. So we just can't do the same comparison fundamentally that we have the ability to do with Chinook. And honestly, it's also the aspect of another main stem project much further up the drainage at the border in combination with the genetic analysis to apportion Canadian origin from US or Alaskan stocks, that there's not another, I guess, location, so to speak, that would give us that ability in the main stem on summer chum. John Lamont, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I don't know if I can ask this question right. The genetic analysis of those, of the run, I mean, you know, the kings coming in different runs, you know, historically there'd be like a early run, second run, then the main run, then the 4th of July run. I mean, you know, our traditional way of, you know, saying what runs come in the river. Could that genetic analysis at Pilot Station be taken from a US stock bound for US tributaries and not a Canadian stock bound for the main stem, you know, beyond the border?
Yeah, I apologize, John. I'm not totally following the question. I mean, maybe I'll try and answer. So the ability to differentiate between Canadian origin Chinook and Alaskan origin Chinook is quite high genetically. There's a strong, the baseline that's available to do that assessment has high confidence in its ability to be accurate with that differentiation between Canadian origin and Alaskan stocks. It can be further differentiated beyond that to individual stocks genetically, just amongst other Alaskan stocks, say like Tanana compared to other Alaska systems are genetically distinct, and that can be determined as well. That's a very recent development in further refining the baseline. But we've long been able to genetically differentiate with high confidence between Canadian origin and Alaskan stocks. Now, if you were getting it more than that, please do follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I guess what I'm getting at, or I don't know how to put it, I'm not really good with words, but if the genetic sampling at Pilot Station, again, for Canadian Chinook is sampled early on, middle run, last run, a portion higher, I guess, to quantify it, a higher portion of US bound Chinook may be in the total harvest count. I don't know, you know, I know what I'm thinking, but I just don't know. Maybe one of the biologists can.
Yeah, Zach, go ahead.
So this is a theme that Carl touched on briefly in his presentation. So at Pilot Station in particular, every Chinook salmon that is caught in the test fisheries is sampled for genetic stock of origin. So the samples from the test fishery are believed to be representative of stock, size, sex, and age passing the Pilot Station sonar because of the wide suite of mesh sizes that are used and the standard timing and location of where the gill nets are fished at that particular location. And then every single fish is sampled for genetics. All of those genetic samples are sent to the ADF&G Gene Conservation Lab, and a portion of those
are run for the stock composition estimate. And that portion, depending on the sample size, sometimes they run them all, sometimes they'll run a subset. But if they run a subset, they are randomly selecting those to ensure that they are representative of the samples that were collected. And so what you end up with is a stock composition estimate, a proportion of the samples assigned to Canada and US at the coarsest categories that we report at. If the sample sizes are adequate, they further report the US samples to lower and middle US. And if the sample sizes are high enough, they further report those down to large, finer reporting groups, which would include groups like Tanana, the Koyukuk, et cetera. Does that help?
Try again one more time, John, if that's not addressing your question, but I do want to be conscientious of other questions.
I understand, Mr. Co-Chair. Thanks for that, Zach. But I guess, is there a discrepancy between the apportionment of those genetically sampled Chinook? Thank you.
Yep. So I think you're asking about the genetic, the laboratory error associated with which group a fish gets assigned to. There is, just like any sampling process, there is the potential for misassignment. The ADF&G gene conservation lab has an exceptionally high standard for baseline accuracy before they would use it for management applications. And this particular baseline discriminates between Canadian and US stocks at an exceptionally high level. So while there is the potential for misassignment, it's very small.
Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, I do see your hands up, Carl. Maybe you want to weigh in on this, but I do want to make sure to capture additional questions and comments from the Canadian section, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a question from Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'll try to keep this brief. So our leading hypothesis here, and this has been a very interesting presentation, is that, en route mortality seems like the most likely cause here. So I guess I'm just wondering if you are seeing that reflected in other tributaries in the US, and particularly maybe the Tanana, because of course the fish that are going to Canada are swimming further than many others. But there are also some fish that swim a long ways to get to the headwaters of the Tanana. Are fish disappearing en route up the Tanana as well, in the same way as they are disappearing en route to Canada? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Tim. I think to summarize a couple of questions that were asked. So the difference between estimate challenge, I'll try and simplify it in my words, is unique to Chinook salmon. And it is, but within Chinook salmon, we are seeing this difference between estimates for all stocks that are passing upriver of Pilot Station. But given the ability to measure the Canadian stock as they pass the US-Canada border, we have a clearer understanding of the magnitude of that difference. To say that a different way, we are seeing more fish of all stocks past Pilot Station than what we're seeing on their respective spawning grounds and passing into Canada.
Yeah, thanks for that. So I'm getting, then this is a drainage-wide problem. This isn't a problem that's unique to Canada.
I'd also maybe add to that, at least in the context, and this is getting towards the planned program for assessing ichthyophonus for this coming season, is that the general thought from prior research on this, so this is specific to ichthyophonus as a potential source of that delayed mortality. There's other potential sources as well. I don't want to lose that aspect of this, but that ichthyophonus as fish that are infected, their infection rate, so to speak, to the point where it may become lethal, they are traveling a certain distance upriver before that infection may get to the point of lethality. So they have to travel a certain distance before delayed mortality may become an issue. And the general, again, hypothesis in this example, if that's a potential source of delayed mortality in Chinook to address this difference between estimates, is the location where that's occurring is somewhere even upstream of the Tanana, perhaps at the rapids or even the Yukon Flats area, but prior to them getting to Eagle. I think we've heard a lot of local knowledge from folks in the upper drainage upstream of Tanana in particular, and from First Nations in Canada, that the presence of ichthyophonus in subsistence harvest is not there. They're not seeing the same issues and the same prevalence of ichthyophonus infected fish in those much farther upriver locations all the way into Canada. And so we're seeing it more in the middle river area of Alaska is where we hear most of the reports, or lower river as well. But it's that function of where in the drainage that if ichthyophonus is that potential source of delayed mortality, that's actually occurring. And so you may not see evidence of it downstream of there. You may not see evidence of it like in the example in the upper river. So that is an important part of that hypothesis, that question about ichthyophonus being a potential explanation for a delayed mortality effect of where those fish are dying. We're hoping to get more insight into that specific aspect of this is driving a lot of the design of this project that will be initiating this coming season. Any additional questions, comments? Okay, not seeing any. Well, thank you again very much, Carl, for that very informative presentation. Much appreciated. Again, glad to see you here. It might have been a while since we've seen you at a panel meeting. I know you've always been popping in from time to time, but I'm sure folks are glad to see you as well. So thank you again for that, Carl.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's been good.
Mr. Chair, doing, I guess, agenda and time check here. I think we're very much due for a break, coming up on the bottom of the hour. Let me see. What would you be open to a 15-minute break? Maybe we'll try and return at let's call it 40 minutes to the hour, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'm cognizant that we had scheduled public testimony for 4 p.m. Yukon time, and it's coming up to half past the hour. And just like to confirm, perhaps we may want to consider if individuals that have registered for public testimony have any time constraints that could conflict with this adjustment of our schedule, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you for that reminder, Mr. Chair. Perhaps we could just do a 10-minute break until the bottom of the hour, Mr. Chair. I think that the next agenda items can go fairly quickly, and then half an hour or less would be adequate time to address that.
Okay, I guess we can proceed under the assumption that our individuals registered for public testimony don't have any time constraints. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Maybe a quick check-in with PSC staff. What do we have in the way of sign-ups for public testimony?
Mr. Co-Chair, we have only one individual signed up for public testimony this afternoon. That's Chief Bob Dixon of the Kelowna First Nation, and he'll be testifying from the Canadian section meeting room. I believe he's in the museum this afternoon. And his subject is on the conditions in the Kluan area. So it's just one person that will be testifying this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Appreciate that update. So let's go ahead and take a brief break. Very short. We will be resuming at the bottom of the hour. So thank you for accommodating the brief break there. I think the marathon session, so to speak. Just to clarify, I think what we'll do is we'll go straight into public testimony given the time and to accommodate folks that have signed up in that regard, and then we'll have adequate time to address the remainder of our agenda items. So I guess I'd check in with Victor. Is Chief Dixon online and ready to proceed?
Hi, Mr. Co-Chair. I believe Chief Dixon is he is in a museum. I believe he will be presenting from the Canadian section meeting room. I believe that was the original plan. Thank you.
Okay, Chief Dixon, are you online? Just checking in.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Chief. Please feel free to proceed with your testimony, and thank you for your patience with respect to timelines.
Damjay, Chun Gajunge, Chief Bob Dixon Louie. I want to say thank you for allowing me to come and do a presentation here today. I'm Chief of 21st Nation on the shores of Tawny Lake in the Yukon. In 2016, the meltwaters from the Kaskawalsh Glacier diverted its flow from IE2, the Slims River, and Tawny Lake into the Kaskawalsh River. Water levels in the Tawny Lake have since declined by 2 meters on average. Tawny Lake is home to lake trout, whitefish, pike, lake spawning chum. Tawny Lake chum salmon migrate from the Bering Sea to spawn in Tawny Lake, one of the furthest migration routes in North America. But as we watch the lake levels drop in front of us and the water temperature warming, we all wonder what will the impacts be? How will the animals adjust? The fish, the birds, the moose, everything. There are big questions with not a lot of answers. But there are agreements that things are changing at a quick pace, and what's happening in the ice fields may not always be seen by people, but the shrinking of the Tawny Lake ice fields and the glaciers should be a concern to everyone. Some of the major impacts have been to transportation, waterways, our travel corridors for citizens. Safe passage over Tawny Lake is now in question as the ice seems to be freezing later and later in the year. Elders recall safe travel on a frozen lake in September when they were young. In 2018, Tawny Lake did not completely freeze over until mid-December. And even then, there are a new soft spot in the ice from the drop in the lake level, exposing new spring water locations. KFN citizens are witnessing changes to lake levels, increasing dust emissions, and degrading permafrost. Together, these changes are raising concerns over the habitat for fish and wildlife, impacts to traditional lifestyles and livelihood. With less snow, more rain on snow events and lower lake levels, climate change is also affecting the local community's ability to access key areas for trapping, fishing, and harvesting plants and animals. And one of the effects at the Tawny River that flows out of the Tawny Lake, we have a camp there we used to call Salmon Patch, where we used to catch chum salmon for, in the years past. And we used to have a school project. I went down there and catch salmon, to study salmon in the schools. With the lower water levels and the salmon, the lower levels of salmon also, they haven't been doing that for the last couple of years, which is challenging for, we're trying to raise our kids with, to have fish at the back of their minds and teach them that this is one of our sources of food for a number of years. And now if we're going to get away from teaching those methods and passing on to our future generations, it's going to have a huge impact. And also I think, there should be more study on salmon, where they spawn. With the lower levels of water in the Kalani region, we always have to question what is that effect going to have on the salmon as they're spawning in our area, because a lot of those areas are going to have to change with salmon having to look for other areas to access. A lot of the back channels and a lot of the ponds and that along the way are so much lower. As a hunter and a trapper on the Kalani River, I've noticed the increase by 2-meter drop on the river is huge. You're not able to travel the river where there's lots of rocks, lots of rapids popping up everywhere, and it's a real challenge to access our traditional fishing and hunting areas. And yeah, thanks for hearing what I have to say. And this lake level is really concerning to our people, and it has a huge impact on the way that we traditionally fish for salmon, chum salmon in our area, and also the other species of fish that we use for feeding our people. Thank you. Sanjay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Dixon, and very much appreciate your comments. It's something, this topic has been discussed and for many years since the effect on that river and Kalani Lake occurred in recent years, and it's something that has been on the radar and discussion of the Yukon River Panel of its impact on fall chum salmon and fall chum salmon spawning. And I'm struck by getting the kind of local impact information from yourself, from your First Nations residents, is critical information that needs to be a part of that understanding as we continue to keep this concern and this issue in mind. So thank you very much for bringing that to us today. It's much appreciated. Comments, questions from other panel members? Okay, not seeing anything. Again, thank you very much, Chief Dixon, for your testimony today. I hope that you will come to us in future panel meeting years to give us updates on that local and traditional knowledge that you maintain. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So, Mr. Chair, I think with the remaining items of business in our open session here today, we can address fairly quickly in that regard. Maybe just one quick check-in with Victor to ensure that we didn't have any last-minute sign-ups for public testimony.
No, Mr. Co-Chair, there were no last-minute sign-ups. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Much appreciated. So with respect to correspondence, I don't believe that we've got any specific action items from this meeting, nor any standing action items from recent meetings with respect to correspondence. One thing that I guess I will note, it's not so much correspondence, but it fell under this topic in some recent meetings, is that folks might remember that there was a PhD student from Germany in that regard, Mr. Andreas Wilmensdorf. He did reach out to myself lately, and I actually did just meet with him. He and I guess his primary advisor have been traveling around Alaska. In prior years, they have traveled around Yukon Territory and Canada as well. I think parts of British Columbia in that regard. And as he continues to pursue his PhD candidacy, with a focus on and interest in the Yukon River Panel and Pacific Salmon Treaty overall. And I did meet with him and his primary advisor just on Friday of last week, and it was an informative conversation in that regard. It was a productive and good conversation, and he still has interest of wanting to engage on this topic in that regard. It's something that I can certainly talk with Mr. Co-Chair about with the outcomes of that. Nothing specific to mention, but it just started with correspondence that co-chair Gotch and I had been having with that individual. So I wanted to mention that. Mr. Co-chair, did I perhaps overlook any potential correspondence or any further thoughts from you?
Thank you, Mr. Co-chair. Nothing specific with regards to incoming or outgoing correspondence beyond confirming that the co-chairs have been corresponding with the U.S. Department of Interior to ensure the administration of the 2022 contribution to the Restoration and Enhancement Fund, working through the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat. But beyond that, routine correspondence, no other correspondence to report on at this meeting, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I concur. Moving into our other business agenda items, so in particular with the 2022 postseason meeting in that regard. So I think, oh, I'm sorry, Brooke Woods, did you have a comment or question? Go ahead, Brooke.
Hi, is my audio coming through okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Brooke.
Oh, great. I had a question about the student and the advisor. Are you connecting them to tribes or tribal organizations?
Sorry, clarify student and the advisor? You mean the PhD student?
Yes.
And connecting them to the advisor?
No.
Uh-oh. I think your audio is starting to cut out a little bit. Brooke, try again.
I wish they had chat ability, but my connection is not.
Mr. Chair. Oh, Mr. Chair, I believe the question was whether or not there would be an opportunity to perhaps provide the PhD research student and their advisor with a contact for U.S. Alaskan tribal organizations that as they may pertain to perhaps their experience or participation through the Yukon River Panel process.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. So Brooke, hopefully you can hear us okay. You were definitely starting to break up there. So my understanding, and at least in the conversation that I had with Andreas Andy, as he goes by just the other day, he's been having those specific interactions. He's been traveling. He had just spent, I think, upwards of a couple of weeks in Fairbanks, and he had been meeting with various organizations through the university and tribal entities in that regard as well. That's been a large part, I think, of what the travel that he has been conducting over the past couple of years, is meeting with tribal organizations, academics, going to libraries, state libraries, and libraries and records areas in both countries in that regard to start gathering information. Certainly, I can provide him additional contacts, but I think what I'm getting at is that he has those contacts. He's been making those contacts, and he's been meeting with tribal entities and other organizations and agencies throughout their travels here in both Alaska and in Canada. Thanks, Brooke. Appreciate the thumbs up. So thank you for that. Good question. So on the 2022 postseason meeting scheduling, we did have some discussion about this in our U.S. section meeting earlier this week. And as folks may recall, for next January, there is a significant conflict in Alaska. Every 3 years, it's been delayed, so this will be a 4-year time frame because of COVID. We had a complete Board of Fishery schedule that was just canceled back in 2020 that ended up shifting everything after that by another year. So, but typically every 3 years, there is a large Board of Fisheries meeting for the entire Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim region. So that includes obviously the Yukon in that equation. And that meeting is scheduled for the middle and latter half of January of 2023. So it presents a conflict with the late January typical meeting scheduling for the postseason meetings that the panel has shifted to. In conversation with the section, I think a good idea arose on trying to address that, that instead of looking to try and schedule, there's really no way we could schedule earlier in January. Staff and stakeholders are going to be very busy preparing for that Board of Fisheries meeting in mid-January. But instead of looking at delaying until later into February, it was noted that given the management strategies and expectations for the upcoming season in both countries, and expectations of very little, if any, harvest that's going to be taken, that one of the main reasons that we shifted to that late January timeframe is because Alaskan subsistence harvest estimates specifically would be available at that mid to late January timeline. So I guess to throw out for consideration, we really don't expect any harvest this coming season. That I think what could be considered for at least Canadian section and delegation consideration is perhaps at least next year and next year alone. We might consider having that early December scheduling timeline for the postseason meeting. Again, recognizing that similarly, we wouldn't expect to have any harvest estimates available for inclusion in presentation and for discussion bilaterally, but in the context of not expecting really any harvest, unfortunately, this season, that perhaps December early December timeframe might be worthy of consideration. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll need to perhaps discuss that further. At the present time, we do have some scheduling conflicts in December for the Canadian delegation and had anticipated the third week of January meeting time. So we will need to perhaps follow up on that request and look to confirm the scheduling of the 2022 postseason meeting at a later date, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's perfectly acceptable. We certainly have plenty of time to try and figure out a viable alternative for both parties in that regard. Appreciate that. With that, I don't believe that there's any other specific business that the panel needs to address at this time. I guess I would look to Mr. Chair if there's additional business that you foresee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not at this time. We've concluded our agenda as set out for the public session. So I very much appreciate the flexibility and accommodation. I know we did strive to maintain as per our agenda and scheduled times for various topics and presentations. And overall, I think we've done reasonably well and do appreciate everyone's cooperation in that regard, Mr. Chair. Thank you. No further items to bring forward for this bilateral session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess then we will proceed to closing remarks. I'd look to any panel members, U.S. or Canadian, that would like to make some closing remarks. Yes, Edward Adams, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you see me with my hat in my arms, in my holding it, and I'm looking around, that means I'm looking for my hat. Okay. This summer in July, I'm approaching my 81st but I am happy that I go through some things in my life that I could remember. The first one was in our own. We used to have lots of reindeer, domesticated reindeer around the Coastal Lake area. Mr. Pollock's grandpa was a herder. My dad was a herder. Eric could have been a good herder, maybe. He could run a few times and catch up with the reindeer. Okay. People make noise. That was the proof that our elders in the past always talked to us. Don't make so much noise about something that you want. There was lots of noise. Okay, now there's no more reindeers at home. So I order a reindeer from McCoyak, and the box came. I open it. The meat is dark. That's not reindeer. That's a caribou. That's the difference between the caribou and the reindeer. The reindeer is a lighter color and much more very good to eat. It's not as wild as caribou. So that's one thing. Back in the 50s, we used to go out hunting, try to get food. If you go to store, maybe somewhere you have to travel long ways to get to a store. But then in the 50s, we had more. We had to rely more on subsistence. We get then Fish and Game find out that some people get sled load. Of course they get sled load. And they get a sled load and go home and give the elders, people who don't have any means of going out hunting to get their own food. They don't keep all that sled load of birds. And when the Fish and Game catch them, they would take their guns away. Holy cow, I know they try to feed their family and their community, and their guns are taken away. Lots of noise, lots of big noise, lots of hurt. Then in between 1900s and 2000, I went to Oregon with AVCP, WCC. While there, I see lots of birds. Holy cow. There's never been this many birds at home. Then they complain. There's too many birds. They're eating our crops. The same way in Alaska too, I told them they're eating our berries. And they said they're even landing in playgrounds. And I told them, remember 1950s? Ending part of 50s or early part of 60s? We had a problem with birds. And you guys thought they were going to finish. Now you're having a problem because we make noise about it. But the last thing I noticed that, fisheries, this is the longest one that I listened to. Back in the 1900s, holy cow, I'm still listening today. Now, but I'm proud of my neighbors, my Yupik neighbors, John, Mr. Alstrom, Paukan, Eric. I am very proud of him. And that ABCP lady over there, you know. Very proud of him. Maybe I don't have very many years to go by, but I still go logging. I might have as much energy that I used to have when I was a young man. Our elders always say, do whatever you can while you can. Because if you can't do it anymore, you'll be wishing, I wish I had done that. Oh, you guys, you're my babies, do it now. All right.
Thank you, Edward. Much appreciated. Additional closing comments from panel members? Rhonda, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for their time here today. All the comments, all the discussion. It's been really productive. You know, and it's been such a difficult few years. It's not only about this year. It's been several years of low to no harvest. It's been, you know, it's been a decade of conservation for us on the Yukon River. And I really appreciate everybody trying to work through that and get through it the best way that we can. You know, I've really missed Richard Burnham's presence the last couple of meetings, and it's really been, you know, he was such a big part of the Yukon River Panel, and I really appreciated his insights and his ability to be diplomatic. So I was just, it's more of like a question is, do we know when his seat will be appointed? Thank you.
Sure. So the seat can be appointed at any time. It likely would happen on an interim basis before all the full approvals are accomplished. But that first step starts with any interested individuals or organizations that want to submit an application through the governor's office, boards and commissions website. And once those applications are received, then the governor would forward up to 3 names for consideration by the State Department. And then ultimately, it would then be up to the state, the Secretary of State, to make the final appointment in that regard. Likely, you'd probably see 1 name is what it comes down to, but it starts with receiving applications. So it could take, I think it's safe to say that we could see that seat refilled easily by our next postseason meeting, definitely. It may, the confirmation or the appointment process may not be fully finalized, but we would have somebody identified, at least on an interim basis, in place. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you again to staff on both sides of the border, and thank you to JTC for their hard work and many hours, to the panel members that have been here year after year and giving their input and respect to listen to both sides. And I also want to say thank you to both chairs for conducting a meeting which is difficult, not being face to face, and appreciate that. At some point, we'll start seeing the benefits of all this discovery and data that's been compiled over the years, and I just hopefully people have patience.
Thank you, Eric. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I echo Eric's sentiments. I would also like to really thank Tom Alpe for his help with this meeting, and Victor. Tom's done, I think, an outstanding job. It's been very easy, from my perspective anyway, to follow along in the meeting. from a remote location, and that's not an easy thing to do oftentimes. So I thought it went very seamless, and I also agree. I want to thank both you and the Mr. Gosh as co-chairs for making the meeting move smoothly and efficiently. And as always, I really enjoy hearing everybody's perspectives, and look forward to hopefully being able to meet in our next meeting in person. I really think that does help a lot. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. James McDonald, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. I just want to acknowledge all of the hardship that all of the people along the Yukon River drainage are going through. And I want to thank everybody for the sacrifices that they've made, and thank them for the future sacrifices that I think will be needed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Mr. Co-Chair, I guess just checking with your group in general there in that location, if there's any final comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just checking the room and not seeing any beyond expression of our appreciation to the Joint Technical Committee, our advisors, the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat, and then most of all, members of the public that have joined us online and have provided public testimony during this meeting session. Certainly, as other panel members have expressed, these are difficult times, but it's processes like these and cooperative actions between Canada and the United States, and more importantly, the people of the river, that will enable us to move forward and ultimately succeed in our aspirations in preserving and protecting Yukon River salmon stocks for the benefit of the people, of the land, the environment, and most of all, the salmon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly concur with those same sentiments. Again, thanking everybody, especially those that joined us online to observe this meeting's proceedings. Hopefully there was some good information provided that's food for thought, and starting to fill in some of the blanks and questions that I'm sure everybody throughout the entire Yukon River drainage have about these recent very difficult times that they're experiencing. And know that this body, agencies on both sides of the border, stakeholders throughout the entire drainage can work together to try and get through these difficult times, to try and look forward to times when salmon will be more abundant and plentiful for your needs. So with that, if there's no additional final closing comments, we will go ahead and adjourn our public session today with the expectation of going into at least a brief closed bilateral discussion. Mr. Chair, recognizing the time in that regard, I'd maybe look to you given the later time for in Yukon territory in that regard, whether or not there's time to accommodate that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we can proceed into bilateral closed session for approximately 15 minutes.